Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I see issue with that. And again, hey.
You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome one and all to a very, very special edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. My name's Keaton Weiss. We got our friend from Hardlands Media in the co-host chair tonight. You all know Kit Cabello. Kit Cabello, thanks for being here, my friend.
Oh, absolutely. I heard listen, behind the scenes, I know this is going to be an epic show. Always glad to be here. Do Dissidents, killing it. And let's tag team and bring truth to power and enlighten all these lovely, beautiful people. Please hit the like button, all you beautiful people. Just do that. And shout out to my good friend, Kurt Boss. How you doing there, buddy? Hope you're doing well.
Kit's got people here tonight. We all got people here tonight. Russell is going to be joining the show in progress. Russell just left the Rescue the Republic rally where he was doing some press work. And so we may or may not have some surprises for you later on during the show. Let's just say that. Strong possibility of surprises later on the show that's not on the thumbnail and not on the photo because we couldn't say for sure whether we'd have them, but it looks good. It looks good, shall we say. Things are looking very good. A lot of people are saying a lot of great things about what we're going to have for you later on. But great to see you again, Kit. Everybody should follow Hardlands Media on YouTube and Rumble, live Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. How's things been for you, sir?
Well, things have been going well. Audience is going well. There's been a lot of stuff that we've been working on. We're live Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Central, the correct time, Chicago time.
That's right.
on YouTube, Rumble, Rockman, Odyssey, and Kick. Building up some more stuff. We got some projects in the work later on this fall. Hopefully they come to fruition. And otherwise, I do also want to give a special shout out to Chanda, who's the Trailer Park Pundit. Myself and a few other people. We did a special GoFundMe live stream with her. And I got to tell you, for me, it's a little emotional because I know some people who have suffered and lost and defeated cancer. And so, folks, shout out to Chanda because she was one of the many people who stood with us when Hardlands Media was down earlier this year. And hey, I remember who my friends are, and I always go to bat for them, which is why I'm here co-hosting with Do Dissidents, because Do Dissidents, hey, we remember our friends. Even though you guys got your pizza, I'll let that slide.
Well, you hear about this thing with J.D. Vance and the pizzeria out in Pittsburgh. What is it? Primanti Brothers Pizza. They wouldn't let him in because apparently, I guess he didn't warn them in advance that he was coming. And so he just kind of rolled up, and either the managers didn't tell the workers or whatever, but there was this whole thing. So now the MAGA people are pissed off at Primanti Brothers Pizza. It was funny. Roger Stone tweeted out, "I've heard they're the worst pizza in Pittsburgh." Now, let me tell you something. Worst pizza in Pittsburgh, you may as well say worst pizza in America. You really may as well. All right. And look, I've been out there in Western Pennsylvania. I actually used to do a jewelry show in Monroeville, suburb of Pittsburgh. All our Pittsburgh area peeps, you probably know Monroeville. And it's not that the food out there is bad. There was this great place. I think it's called the Gateway Bar and Grill or something like that. It was right near the convention center where the show was. And so my wife and I went, and this was it was a great, you talk about being an American. It was great, inexpensive bar food with cheap beer that comes in the plastic pint cups. And perfect. You go in there, you can have a few brews and a nice roast beef sandwich or whatever and some fries and get out of there very cheap. That made you really proud to be an American. It was a great all-American everyman dining experience. So it's not that they don't do any food well out in Pittsburgh, but pizza, no, they don't do pizza well. Western Pennsylvania is not pizza country.
Two things here. First of all, I'm seeing in the private chat, true story, the pizza at Pernani Brothers sucks. And then number two, listen, when it comes down to the adult table, it is Chicago and New York City, with some exception to Detroit. And I'm actually going to instigate something. Which pizza is superior, Pennsylvania pizza or Hawaiian pizza? You know what? Surf's up. I'm going to side with the whole people from the great state of Hawaii.
There you go. It's funny. I didn't even think to ask Jake, but Jake, our producer friend, shout out to Jake in the booth. He's from Western Pennsylvania, so he's saying, true story, the pizza at Primanti Brothers does in fact suck. So there you go. All righty, folks, we have a ton to get to. Thank you all so much for being here. 936 strong in the YouTube chat to start the show. 883, now 888 in the Rumble chat to start the show. What a pleasure to see you all here. Thank you all for being here. We have a huge show for you tonight, but these are big times in America, and we do want to start, of course, by calling some attention to the devastation in the Southeast. The Helene death toll climbs as Southeast digs out from storms. Devastation. Cleanup is underway after powerful Hurricane Helene wreaked havoc across the U.S. Southeast, killing at least 63 people across multiple states, left hundreds stranded without shelter, and more than 2.5 million customers without power from Florida to Ohio. The storm crashed ashore in Florida's Big Bend area on Thursday night as a dangerous Category 4 storm. Despite weakening to a post-tropical cyclone, Helene was still causing catastrophic historic flooding in the southern Appalachians late Friday night, the National Hurricane Center said. Helene was expected to hover over the Tennessee Valley on Sunday, the Hurricane Center said. High wind warnings also covered parts of Tennessee and Ohio. I am deeply saddened by the loss of life and devastation caused by Hurricane Helene across the Southeast, read a statement released on Saturday from President Biden. The road to recovery will be long, but know that my administration will be with you every step of the way for the next 5 months until we're not an administration anymore. We're not going to walk away. We're not going to give up. Although I have a feeling if Kamala wins, she's going to keep all the same people. I think there's going to be a lot of continuity.
She has to, because she's completely incompetent on her own, and she doesn't even have her own staffers. She hemorrhaged 49 of them or 40 of them?
Yeah, I think it's basically going to be they're going to switch the boss out and leave everybody else in place. So maybe in that sense, he's right. Yeah. More than 2.68 million customers in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia were without power Saturday night, according to utility tracker Find Energy. At least 62 people across multiple states were killed during Hurricane Helene. A spokesperson for Georgia Governor Brian Kemp said 17 people were killed in the state. A first responder was amongst the dead. Kemp said earlier on Friday. In South Carolina, 23 people died from the storm, officials confirmed to CBS News. The deaths include 2 firefighters and 2 people who were killed when trees fell on residences. The National Weather Service Saturday reported the highest rainfall totals from Helene for each state. The rural northwest North Carolina area of Busick has received the highest overall rainfall, with a staggering 30.78 inches so far. Sumatra, located in Florida's Big Bend region, recorded 15.91 inches of rain, while Tallulah in northeast Georgia received 14.22 inches. South Carolina's Table Rock, 14.34. Helene made landfall about 10 miles west of Perry, Florida at 11:10 p.m. on Thursday, according to the Hurricane Center, with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. Meteorologist Stephanie Abrams of the Weather Channel said on CBS Mornings Friday that Helene is the 4th hurricane to make landfall in the Gulf Coast this year, which had happened only 5 other times in history. Helene is the 3rd hurricane to hit the Big Bend region in the last 13 months. In 2023, Hurricane Idalia, a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, generated a record-breaking storm surge from Tampa to the Big Bend. Last August, Hurricane Debbie also hit the area. The early reports we've received is that the damage in those counties that were really in the eye of the storm has exceeded the damage of Idalia and Debbie combined, DeSantis told reporters in a news conference on Friday. Mr. Biden has issued emergency declarations for Florida, Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Tennessee, all of which free up federal resources that will go towards recovery and assistance efforts. More than 800 FEMA personnel have been deployed to the region, the White House said. The Gulf Coast community of Keaton Beach, Florida, which I never even knew existed.
Hey,
funny.
Where's your royalty check?
Exactly. Yeah, no one ever told me there was a Keaton Beach. Was still recovering from Adalia and Debbie when Helene appeared to deliver the knockout punch. Taylor County officials estimate 90% of homes in Keaton Beach are gone. The storm surge shoved buildings off their foundations. Linda Wickler lost the restaurant she's owned for 20 years. She seemed more shaken by what she saw across her village, homes torn apart by the wind and the deep water. If you let it play with your mind, you just can't go there, Wicker said. You can't. It's horrible. There's a lot of folks that don't have a place to go, have nothing, no money, no home, no nothing. So we got to work to help them too, Wicker said. Wow. Record warm water in the Gulf almost certainly acted like jet fuel in intensifying the storm. Brian McNulty, senior research associate at the University of Miami Rosenstiel School of Marine, Atmospheric, and Earth Science, recently noted that ocean heat content in the Gulf of Mexico is the highest on record. Warm water is a necessary ingredient to strengthen tropical systems. Sea surface temperatures in the path of Helene were as warm as 89 degrees Fahrenheit, 2 to 4 degrees above normal. These record water temperatures have been made significantly more likely by human-caused climate change, according to Climate Central. The North Atlantic Ocean as a whole has seen record warm temperatures in 2024, storing 90% of the excess heat from climate change produced by greenhouse gas pollution. And here is a chart referenced here by the man quoted in the article. The ocean heat content averaged over the Gulf of Mexico is obliterating previous all-time record highs. 126% of average for the date. As you can see, the red line above the blue bell curve there. So obviously, hearts go out to everybody in that region. Right. It seems to me, and Jake, you're the science guy, you are the climate man, so feel free to turn your mic on and correct me if I'm wrong. But it seems as though it's an unusual pattern for a hurricane to go up inland, because as I understand, hurricanes feed off of the warm water on the coast, so they usually roll up the coast. This seems to be rolling up inland, like western North Carolina is amongst the most heavily impacted places. It seems like a very unusual path for a hurricane, the fifth this year to originate in the Gulf Coast. I guess the warm water is a cause of that, but it just seems, the devastation seems so widespread.
Right. I don't know if he's going to chime in, but
he said, "Yeah, I got it." He says, "I'm right." So that's good to know.
Okay. Yeah, because if we look at the warm waters, I mean, all it is transferring energy, and that's what these hurricanes are. But even now, scientists are even considering making a new category that's going to be a step above a Category 5. Which, think about the amount of energy it takes for these hurricanes to go inland, because they normally don't do that. And again,
right.
Even when they get closer, like, they lose their strength. So this should tell every one of us that not only is the climate significantly getting warmer, but there are factors that need to be taken into account here of just how continuous this will be. And if these are ongoing situations, and there we see it, maybe a Category 6 approaching, and then what? A Category 5 is inland, or they keep on going higher and higher in the amount of energy because the waters are getting warmer. This will be a devastating series of events for the cities and other outlying towns that are in the path of these potential hurricanes, to which they might not ever truly be recovered from. And are we looking at people doing a mass exodus from these regions? I mean, there's a lot of scenarios in which local, state, and federal authorities are not truly prepared for. And since the United States doesn't invest into its infrastructure, we're looking at a lot of people who could be potentially homeless. And I saw a couple people in the live stream chat bring up the fact of, are the homeless people being counted in for the death toll as well? Because, we have residents, we have homes, and if people do die in those residential areas, they're going to be counted. But what about the people who have absolutely nothing to their name? I mean, this is just devastating. Plus, we're lucky we're live streaming on Rumble, because Rumble was in the pathway of that hurricane.
Rumble was in the pathway of the hurricane. Absolutely. You also had, just a huge band of these inland communities. There was a prison. I mean, you talk about, is everybody safe? There was a mandatory evacuation zone near the panhandle of Florida where everybody left, but a lot of prisoners were left behind. And, you see those coastal communities, which are considered at risk now that these storms seem to be intensifying. But these storms start tearing up the inland areas too? I mean, that creates a whole nother band of communities that could potentially be at increased risk, which means you have to make necessary infrastructure tweaks, shall we say, to put it mildly, because it doesn't look like the weather patterns are going to be reversed at this point. And so maybe extra preparation is called for.
And dare I say it, maybe a more mass exodus of people looking for higher ground to be safe from these potential storms. But, while it's not related, and I know it's a completely different kind of environment, but even Chicago's been hit with a couple of these massive thunderstorms that I wouldn't say are hurricane equivalent because they're not. But, there's been this strange wave of absolutely devastating storms and tornadoes. And what does this mean for the long term for not only our economy, but for our ecology, our society, and everything else? I mean, the United States isn't ready for this because we haven't done anything to invest in the people or the nation. And
that's
Mother Nature doesn't really give a damn how we feel.
That is another point. We haven't had a serious infrastructure project to sort of prep for this. I would imagine, Jake, tell me if I'm wrong again, I would imagine that moisture in the ground, water levels, in inland communities might affect it. I mean, I always understood hurricanes and these storms fed on water. So I would imagine the wetter the season, the more potential there is even inland for them to rise up, in just sort of an inland band. Again, I don't know any of this all that well. That's just my hypothesis. Jake, you turned on your mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, the basics there is the hot water. Like as the temperatures rise, the water gets hotter too. More evaporation, more humidity. That water goes up and it has to come back down. So
Got it.
More rain. It's a little more complicated than that because like the dry places are going to stay dry because that's evaporating off and water is going to fall sooner. So the wet places get wetter, the dry places get drier as well.
What could go wrong?
Well, thank you for that, Jake. That's Jake's showing you guys his voice and his talents. And so thank you for sharing that knowledge with us. And say hello in the chat if you're watching from any of these affected areas. Obviously, we had the Motley Jew, our friend Dan Richmond, call in from his RV in Central Florida. He's since been shit posting on Twitter, so I assume he is safe and sound. But everyone else, shout out in the chat. Shout us out in the chat to let us know you're okay. And obviously, best wishes to everybody in the path of this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's read some Rumble rants and super chats here. Kenman G, Ian Bremmer is an overrated. Well, I can't say that word if I want to run ads on the stream, Kenman. Stop fucking with my money, Kenman. Hobbs 45, thanks for the $11. Eric Adams is safe and effective. Hobbs 45, thank you. Appreciate that very much. RU Poster, thanks for the $5. I love this country, and I'm not seeing us escaping a very sad fate. Love you all, but Trump and/or Harris, tell me how this ends well. I'm all ears. Well, you're going to love Russell's speech from Rage Against the War Machine. That's coming up in not too long. We have a lot of material tonight, so folks, we also have a Q&A on Rumble after the main show. So this is going to be an epic. We hope you buckle up and strap in. We have footage from the Rage Against War Machine yesterday, as well as the the Peace and Freedom rally in Kingston yesterday, which I have a presentation because I was there. I saw several of you guys there, so shout out if I saw you in Kingston yesterday. Ran into several dissidents out there, and it was a great pleasure meeting all of you. We are going to watch a presentation that I put together on that rally, which was a fantastic rally, really amazing rally. So I'm really excited to share that with you. And then, like I said, we got a couple surprises that we might be throwing your way from today.
Yes, that's
hot
right.
off the press. So
that's right. Super show in your face, folks. So you better tune in and hit that like button or else.
That's right. That's right. Abiding 71. Great speech, Russell. Ouch, baby. Very ouch. Thank you. Hello, Kit. Kit's so cool, says Conda Strike. Thank you, Conda Strike.
Thank you.
And yes, Kit is pretty cool. Jake, I just screwed up. I deleted the Rumble Rants banner. If you could just make another one when you get a chance. Not especially urgent, but thank you for that. Okay. Adore Jimmy, thanks for the $1. Thanks to Kit for his heartfelt comments at Shonda's fundraiser yesterday. You're a real mensch.
Look, I had my roommate, the onion cutting ninja, cut some onions while I was reading a poem about a woman who was fighting breast cancer. I know that Chana's dealing with a different type of breast cancer, but it really got to me because there's people I know who have suffered and are suffering from or either that defeated cancer, and it hits close to home. So when people I love get hurt, I just makes me mad. So there you go. But yes, so I was happy to help.
Excellent. And obviously, shout out in solidarity to Shonda.
Yeah.
Dave Delarai, thanks for the $20. Russell, your speech was fire, man. I watched your and Max's speeches twice. Loved them both. Did you catch Russell Brand saying a prayer with Jordan Peterson at the Republic rally? What the fuck was that? Yeah, I will. I'll read that again. Jake, remind me to read that again if you can. I know I'm putting a lot on Jake tonight. Man, Jake is working overtime tonight. He's giving
work harder,
commentary to the show. And okay, so I got it. Yeah, no, I did. I watched almost all of Rescue the Republic. Not all of it, but almost all of it. That was quite the thing. And Russ will have more to say because he was there all day as press. So don't worry, we will get to that. Thank you for that donation, Dave. JM, thanks for the $2 and the thumbs up. Appreciate that. P. Walker, thanks for the $5 Canadian. We promise to help out these hurricane-ravaged states just like we helped Lahaina and East Palestine. Trust the word of a Biden. Genocide Joe, thank you. Janice Anderson, as Kit shouted out, thanks for the $1.99. Think they don't count homeless in the death toll. Good point. Ali Diaz, thanks for the $4.99. Meanwhile, Governor Bill Lee of Tennessee declared 9/27 as voluntary day of prayer and fasting. Wow, interesting.
Oh, okay, that's not going to really help, but all right, fine.
All right. National Thoughts and Prayers Day, right? All righty, folks. So, moving right along here. Bill Maher had Howard Stern on his show. I know that's something, right? Oh, no, is that Howard Stern? Oh, no, I'm sorry. It wasn't Howard Stern. He has Miss Nelson from the famous children book. Miss Nelson is missing. The substitute teacher from Miss Nelson is... Oh, no, that's not her. What's her name? Fran Lebowitz. That's right, Fran Lebowitz. Sorry, innocent mistake. What can I do?
Gene, you're mean. You're being mean for no reason.
Yo, she once... I remember back when we were all Bernie bros, she went on and she trashed... But this was like back in the Facebook days, where somebody posted a clip of her calling Bernie an arrogant, obnoxious old man. And I said, Fran Lebowitz is an arrogant, obnoxious old man. It was one of my first it's one of my first sick burns. You know, that was back in I was 2015 or so. That was 10 years ago now. But yeah, so I've been finding clever ways to insult Fran Lebowitz for a while. Although I do have to say, look, you give credit where credit's due. She happens to have a very good sense of humor. She is funny. She is talented. I will give her that. Okay, and she even makes a fairly good one-liner here, saying that the Supreme Court, to call it the Supreme Court, is an insult to Motown. You know, that's quick. That's quick-witted. You know, I can give credit where it's due. I'm not so much of a hater that I can't give credit where it's due. But here is Fran Lebowitz and Bill Maher reminiscing over the fact that the lawfare isn't sticking against Donald Trump this campaign season.
But I've been obsessed all year with this idea that they had 4 years to get Trump, 5 different trials, and somehow they let it go away. Like he's not really going to get it. The trials are not going to be apparently involved in this election at all. And the Democrats had time to do this, 4 years. Right. And they had the power.
No.
They were in office, and the Attorney General was Merrick Garland. And yet it all went away. And now the Supreme Court has ruled that he's not liable for any of this.
Right, because what he had was Supreme Court. Okay? So, the Democrats had, elected people. The Supreme Court is completely his. It's so disgraceful, this court, that it shouldn't even be allowed to be called the Supreme Court.
Oh, my God.
It's an insult to Motown to call it the Supreme Court. So...
Okay, first of all, I don't know, Kit, are you more up to date on this than I am? He was convicted once and he's awaiting sentencing, right? So it's not like the Supreme Court threw out every case.
Yeah,
right?
Let's be
they
clear.
They gave him immunity in one of them, right? Isn't that what they did? They gave him limited immunity.
Yeah.
I don't even follow. This is what I mean. This whole world, I consider the MSNBC Trump derangement world. Mm-hmm. Whenever I listen in on this world, it's like listening in on a conversation of friends of mine who watched Game of Thrones when I didn't. They knew all the names, they knew all the dates, they knew all the facts. and I never did because I never cared. You didn't have to know or care. It's a waste of mental energy. It was so obvious that this was not going to make a difference in the campaign. Like, it's the most obvious thing in the world.
Well, just add a little bit more into it. I mean, even then, when Trump was still president and the Democrats were doing everything they could to impeach him, it was a waste of time, because the reason why this whole entire situation with the Supreme Court is a joke is because if you're really going to go after Trump, that means you really have to go after every single sitting member currently serving the U.S. Senate and House and other previous presidents, because they've done their fair share of other criminal activities that are, dare I say, either on par or far, far worse than what Donald Trump has done. Donald Trump isn't the end-all, be-all of the republic. He's just a symptom of neoliberal policies. This whole entire thing with the Supreme Court is just to trigger brain-dead liberals who have no ability to think critically for themselves, who have no ability to really rationalize why we have Trump. And so they're hoping that the Supreme Court will be the Hail Mary and, oh, there goes Trump behind bars. That's not going to happen. And Daniel and I gave this warning in 2020. Democrats, you better hope you focus on actually, improving the people's lives and trying to go after Trump, because it's going to blow up into your face. And if Donald Trump potentially wins this election cycle, if he becomes president again, you better believe that he's going to come down on all of you just as hard, or easy that make their lives extremely miserable, because Trump's going to be petty like that. The Supreme Court, the Democrats viewed it as their Hail Mary. They have nothing. They have nothing because they themselves are corrupt. It's a waste of time.
I got to say, Bill Maher, it's bad form to impersonate your guest to their face. Look at that face he's putting on. He's like he's doing a Fran Lebowitz impression right to her face. He kind of looks like her there. But he likes the Supreme joke. The Supreme's joke is not a bad joke. Like I said, she's got lines. She's got some lines.
It's
all right. Here we go. This gets crazier, though. Much crazier.
It's not even a court. It's only a court in the sense that the court of Louis XVI was a court. Basically, it's a harem.
Oh, God.
Okay? It's a harem. It's Trump's harem. So I always feel sorry for the three real judges on the court. I know a lot of people have jobs, not me, not you. And you have to go to work every day, and there are people you don't like at work. But can you imagine having to go to work every day? Alito.
He has a job?
You have to go to work with Alito, with Kavanaugh. It must be horrible. So,
he has two jobs. He does this show, and then he makes awkward sex jokes to the Hawk Tuah girl when she's on the podcast.
Yeah, I saw that. What the hell? I felt sorry for her. I don't know who her manager was who put her in that, but she should fire that dude or whoever.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just understand you're going into the basement of a single and notorious pervert to do a show about your new podcast coming up.
So what Biden should do, not that you asked, but when they passed that law, the Supreme Court passed that ruling, where they said, you're not the president, you're the king, which is what that ruling is. You can do whatever you want. You can never be, held responsible. I thought, Biden's still the president. No one seems to notice, but
he's not in charge.
Biden should dissolve the Supreme Court.
No.
Dissolve the Supreme Court?
No. Idiot.
I'm the president.
Moron.
I'm the king now, like you said, and go home.
So what's the point she's trying to make there is that since the president has immunity, that means in their mind the president can just do whatever he wants. And, of course, this ignores the system of checks and balances. Like the whole understanding of the issue is just completely warped from their perspective. It's just so incredibly dumbed down. And that's why liberals are so susceptible to this kind of propaganda. That's why they're terrified of Project 2025, because they think, well, when Trump wins, he's just going to be able to, by fiat, implement whatever policy he wants. And here's this 900-page book of all this terrifying shit that he's just going to be able to do, ignoring the fact that we do have constitutional structures and we do have a system of checks and balances. In their mind, if they can convince themselves and each other and enough normie swing voters that no, all of that is obsolete now. All of that is obsolete now, and Trump is king when he's president because he says he's going to be a dictator on day one, which is, of course, a joke that he made to troll Sean Hannity, which was not smart on his part because you know that the media is going to twist those words. And look, that leads into a second point here, which is a bit tangential, but part of the reason why this lawfare hasn't worked is because Trump has given the media and his rivals plenty to work without even getting into that. Like, Trump has run such a horrible campaign that you don't even have to get into the lawfare stuff. Like, if he's going out there ranting about Haitians eating cats, right, and insisting that Kamala said she was Indian and not black, like, you are self-destructing to the point where, like, people don't even have to go here.
There's one caveat to take away from that, though, is Trump is doing so much, and again, it's stupid how he's doing it. But the liberal response is sort of like a kid complaining to the teacher, teacher, look what he's doing now. Look what he's doing now. And eventually point, like, the teacher's not going to turn around, like, give it like, okay, what's he doing? Like, Trump's doing all this, running around like the Tasmanian devil, and it doesn't matter because he's going to do something else and 5 other things following afterwards. And to another point, to Biden abolishing the Supreme Court, first of all, Biden admitted that for the last 11 months, he hasn't had a sit-down meeting. It's been Jill Biden who's been running things. So the president hasn't been running the show. We don't even know how long that's been going on like that. And then number 2, that sets a dangerous precedent for any other president to do that in the future. The fact that you have an intelligent liberal on there on Bill Maher's show, the Howard Stern wannabe. No, okay, I should be making that. But, saying that, well, then that means any other president going forward. So liberals, you fear Trump being a fascist and a dictator and a tyrant. You want Biden to do the same, but he's the good tyrant? What ground are you trying to gain here? Because all what you're doing is setting down the foundations for the downfall of the republic, which should tell all of us these liberals and these commentators, these pundits who have Trump derangement syndrome are not serious people and should be dismissed because they're having these deranged theories about what Biden should do in the final days of this election cycle.
Yeah, and I think there is some hesitation amongst Democrats to go down that road because there were calls on them to expand the court. After, Ruth Bader Ginsburg died and was replaced with Amy Coney Barrett, and it became obvious that this was going to just be a lopsided 6-3 court. And at that point, there were a lot of calls to just expand it, which would be essentially not to break the judicial branch entirely, but certainly to redefine its function in a very drastic way. Because once you expand the court past 9 justices, you're basically just making it a quasi-arm of the executive branch in perpetuity, meaning whenever the executive wants, whenever the president wants to appoint another justice to try and stack the bench, they could, right? Yeah. And once you start that process, there is no real way to rein it in. Now, there is, I think, an argument to say, well, if you have lifetime appointments, and it's just luck of the draw, like whoever's president when an old justice dies, whoever gets to replace a 90-year-old justice with a 40-year-old justice is going to have, a sort of outsized influence on decisions decades into the future. At that point, do we want to subject ourselves to that, or do we want to reform the court in some way via term limits or expanding the court? I think term limits are the best idea.
Absolutely. I mean,
10 years and then you're out. So it rotates out because it's not fair. It's just ridiculous. It's luck now. Don't forget, when the Constitution was written, people died when they were fucking 45, right? Yeah. So it's like a lifetime appointment doesn't mean like decades into it's a bit of an exaggeration, but you know what I mean? People didn't live that long.
No,
they're going to be on the court until you're 90, right? Like now, you could be there for 50 fucking years if you're appointed on the right time, and it's ridiculous. It's arbitrary. So I do think they should reform the court in certain ways, but obviously abolishing it or breaking it in that way is obviously an anti-constitutional measure.
Make it serve for 10 years, because then you're not stuck with a Ruth Bader Ginsburg thing. And see, the thing is, liberals, you have that egg in your face because Ruth Bader Ginsburg was hoping that Hillary Clinton would replace her, which again, stop putting the cart before the horse. That's not how things work, people. So it's foolish to seeing these serious people thinking that, oh yeah, now this is what Biden needs to do. No, Biden can't do anything. Biden has no brain functioning. And then assuming that the Supreme Court will just expanding it will make things better. No, a term limit has to happen so we actually get out of the system of hoping that, oh, our team will win the White House, when it doesn't matter. Because if you think that's the president's arm, no, it's the corporation's arm. The corporations are going to be getting what they want, not the president and not you, the voter, the corporations. Simple.
Exactly. And as our friend Nick would say about Ruth Bader Ginsburg, deeply unserious person, that you would not retire when Obama was president because you wanted the symbolism of having the first woman president replace you. Well, I'm sorry. Like, that is incredibly narcissistic and incredibly juvenile.
Yeah,
100%.
and malicious too, if you really think about it.
Absolutely. Yes, 100%. All right, Kit is really anxious to learn how these Rumble Studio ad reads work, and I'm going to show you in a little while. But before I show you that, we have something where we are allowing our viewers to help sponsor the show if you would like. So if you have a small business or a passion project or anything that you would like to promote on this show, fill out our contact form at dudissidents.com/sponsors, and we would be happy to plug your work. Case in point, our friend Jason got in touch with us and took advantage of that, and so we're happy to plug his novel here, Love and Potato Salad, from the author who gave you the Renegade Nuns on Wheels MC. Comes the contemporary Shakespearean tragedy, Love and Potato Salad, Romance and Food Allergy in the Iowa City Park. The story of a kind, beautiful woman, the fool in love with her, and a food allergy so epic in scale, the officially prestigious UNESCO City of Literature will never be the same in this raunchy dissertation on the mix of horror and mediocrity that is life in modern-day North America and the absurdity of unrequited love. So Love and Potato Salad is the novel by Jason Thomas Smith, friend and supporter, fan of the show, available now in print and Kindle editions. Buy it before it destroys you. So we created our own link, so it's easy because there's an Amazon link, but that's a big, long, messy link. So our producer Jake created this nifty little link, dudissidents.com/love potato. Buy this book, support your fellow dissidents, and have a read. Very, very funny stuff. Yes,
absolutely.
So support the arts, support independent creators, help Jason, help us, help Jason. How's that?
Exactly.
Give it a read. You'll love it.
Jason Thomas Smith, a man with 3 first names. That's a name you could trust. Jason Thomas Smith, we trust you, man.
Yes, exactly. We have to start promoting good people with 3 names. It can't all be, would-be shooters with 3 names that get the fame, right? We have to start letting the good guys with 3 names get some press. All righty. Sounds good. Jason, hope we knocked that out of the park for you. Hope we moved some product for you. Hope we moved some books for you there, my friend. Thank you.
Move the product. Move that load. Move the
product. Move that load. That's right. It's all about moving the load, baby. Brad Gilbert, thanks for the $2. Operation Popeye, HARP device in the Gulf. There was somebody I interviewed at the Kingston rally who thinks you're onto something there, Brad. Lyndon McLeod, thanks for the $50 Canadian. Oh, I don't know if Russell brought his cowbell, but I have a cowbell effect that I could ring for you for a $50 donation. Thank you so much. I am Canadian. I love your country, too. Thank you, Lyndon. Appreciate that very much.
You should.
Yeah. Cool Blue, thanks for the $1.99. Says Fran L is like the beloved D party, full of shit. Thank you, Cool Blue. Appreciate that very much. Eric Cousseau, rather fight over who has best tacos. There you go. Thank you, Eric Cousseau.
That's a good question.
Appreciate that very much. All right, folks, let's hit that like button, everybody. Let's hit that follow button over on Rumble. Let's hit that subscribe button on YouTube. And we are moving right along here to segment number 3. All right, so John Kerry spoke at a World Economic Forum event last week where he lamented the inconvenience of the First Amendment in the disinformation age.
I think the dislike of and anguish over social media is just growing and growing and growing. And it's part of our problem, particularly in democracies, in terms of building consensus around any issue. It's really hard to govern today. You can't, there's the referees we used to have to determine what's a fact and what isn't a fact are kind of, been eviscerated to a certain degree. And people go and people self-select where they go for their news or for their information. And then you just get into a vicious cycle. So it's really, really hard, much harder to build consensus today than at any time in the 45, 50 years I've been involved in this. And there's a lot of discussion now about how you curb those entities in order to guarantee that you're going to have, some accountability on facts, et cetera. But look, if people go to only one source and the source they go to is sick and, has an agenda and they're putting out disinformation, our First Amendment stands as a major block to the ability to be able to just hammer it out of existence. So what we need is to win the ground, win the right to govern by hopefully having, winning enough votes that you're free to be able to implement change.
Okay, that's a jackboot to the throat right there.
Yeah. Yeah, what he's saying there is that the First Amendment is an obstacle to cracking down on speech in ways that we would like, because now, thanks to the internet, people can pick and choose where they get their information from. And, this ignores the fact, obviously, as our friend Jimmy says all the time, number one, purveyor of misinformation, the United States government. Number two, the mainstream media, which has such a sterling reputation in the eyes of a guy like John Kerry. But he's saying there that because the First Amendment is a block, what we need to do is we need to win the road. We need to give ourselves, what he's saying is we need to win a big enough majority to the point where we have the quote-unquote right to govern, meaning we need a mandate to crack down on disinformation. We need a mandate to censor. That's basically what he's saying there. We need to win broad enough support to the point where we can pass bills through that are filibuster-proof, 60-plus votes in the Senate, that give the executive the kind of power that we need the executive to have to censor speech. At that point, the question becomes, what do you do about the courts? Because that Supreme Court there, surely, because they're a right-wing court, they're going to side against the government when it comes to censorship. Oh, no, that's not true. That's not true. They ruled in Missouri versus Biden that the government does have the right to, suggest that the social media companies crack down on speech. So this is dystopia playing out right in front of your eyes on the World Economic Forum stage. There really is no fix to this except to rally behind candidates and causes in support of free speech, because they view the First Amendment as an obstacle. And, I'll toss to you, Kid, in one moment, but, there's a part of the Judge Andrew Napolitano speech at the Kingston rally that really relates very, very strongly to this, where Napolitano, goes over this concise but pretty thorough history of the government's annoyance at the First Amendment, starting just 9 years after the Bill of Rights with the Alien and Sedition Act. Yeah. So he makes a good case in that speech that this is very ghastly, and it's dystopian now because of the sort of big tech influence on our society. But it's not anything new. The government has pretty much always regretted codifying free speech. Yeah, since they did it, they've basically regretted it the entire time.
As someone who has, I guess Heartland's Media, we're the reigning.
Your mic is a little. Do you want to disconnect and reconnect?
Can you hear me now?
It's there, but it's like buffering. It's like.
Okay. How about now?
Yeah, it's still a little bit. You may want to turn it off and turn it on again or something.
Test 1, 2.
A little better. Go ahead.
Okay, so I will speak as best as I can. Apologies, folks. As someone who has dealt with censorship 9 times. I have to say, folks, it is very frightening. We were hit for covering January 6th, in which YouTube said that we said that Biden wasn't the president, and that wasn't true. We were hit with the pandemic, especially when we covered a story where CNN was smearing Joe Rogan, and YouTube said, hey, you're giving out medical misinformation, or whenever we talked about whistleblowers or anything else. So going through this 9 times.
Here, Kit, you may want to, you know what you're going to want to have to do? You might want to sign out and just sign back in.
Okay, let me leave. Sorry, folks.
Yes, that's all right. No problem. Right. You're good. All right, we're going to try fixing that, folks. It's probably a StreamYard issue, not his issue, but we will give this a shot here. Okay. Kit's going to be right back. All right, we'll take a super chat here from B-Man. Immunity was already there. They just didn't want President Trump to use it. Thank you, B-Man. Appreciate that. All right, just waiting on Kit Cabello to sign back in. How's my food? How's my sound food? I was just reading Russell's text saying he just ordered some food. Sorry. Hey.
Test. Can you guys hear me?
Better, much better. Okay, start that again. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, as somebody who is the world reigning heavyweight champion of being censored 9 times in a row, I'm very concerned about what lies ahead for us, even after this election cycle. Being hit with, YouTube saying that, we were saying that Biden wasn't president, or medical misinformation, or saying that Jimmy Dore was right calling out the squad, or either that, just saying, hey, we got to protect these whistleblowers. As somebody who's dealt with the censorship 9 times in a row.
Go ahead, rattle off more examples. Get us 9 strikes at once.
Well,
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Okay, sorry about that.
I'm joking. I'm fucking with you. I'm good, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously, well, no, this is the point.
Yeah,
is that what
and
was
it hurts.
3 years ago doesn't anymore because it turns out to be true.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, YouTube and the way the algorithm runs, I mean, even trying to reach out to a person from YouTube is going to be completely nuts.
Sure.
And you have so many politicians, both Democrats and Republicans, who are on board with the censorship. I'm going to say that again. They are on board with it. No matter who sits in the White House or who controls the Senate and House, they don't want any of us to be sharing free information or communicating with each other. And the fact that you have this being cheered and applauded by the establishment means they want to get rid of the First Amendment. And the First Amendment is fundamentally important. Now, for those who say, oh, well, gee, kid, if you're a free speech absolutist, does that mean you want to have bad people speak? Well, no, obviously I don't, but they have that right. So if you're going to silence them, you silence everybody. But I like to think the world is filled with good people. You want to know who doesn't think that way? The politicians and the neoliberal media who want you to be silent and submissive to all of their policies and what they want done. And the internet has been a way in which we can exchange ideas freely as a free society. I am disturbed by this entire commentary by, again, I guess, rundown dime store version of Henry Munster or the Munster guy, whatever, John Kerry.
Yeah.
It just goes back to saying something I've warned way back when we were on radio, when Alex Jones was deplatformed. I said, hey, this means everybody's going to be on the chopping block, because if they're going to do that to him, they're going to do that to all of us. And I lost a lot of people who said, well, how could you go to bat for him? I was like, I'm not going to bat for him. I'm telling you, there's a dangerous precedent being set. And I'm seeing it happen out in real time, to which it gets these same people saying, hey, how come I can't post this on Twitter? Or how come I can't post this? I'm like, yeah, I warned you in 2018 this was going to happen. And here we are now. So protect the First Amendment, because it is our only way of really telling these jag-off bastards to go F themselves.
Well, yeah. And, the other thing that's just remarkable about that, when you hear, John Kerry talk about we need the right to govern, as if, winning a censorship mandate is the way to, protect people from disinformation. The best way to actually protect against disinformation is to reestablish trust in official sources, official quote unquote, like the government and the mainstream media. You know how you win trust over, if you're the government? Actually do something that makes people's lives better. Like if you actually, demonstrate to the public that you have their interests at heart, they're a lot more likely to believe what you say. But the reason why people don't believe what the government says is because they don't believe that the government is on their side. And that is the concession that the liberal establishment refuses to make. They refuse to make the concession of, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to improve the quality of life of the average person, because that is what builds trust. But they don't want to do that. They want to keep things exactly as they are and browbeat everyone into accepting that. That really is the mission of institutions like the World Economic Forum, is that the trajectory of capitalism, the trajectory of globalism is on one track. It's not even changeable, much less reversible. So what we have to do is just force people to accept that. Force people to accept that through censorship. And the problem with that in their eyes is that in the United States, you have a First Amendment. So that blocks them from doing everything they want. Of course, they figure out ways around that. They always have, as Napolitano said in his monologue, which we're going to play a piece of in a later segment. And then I'll be publishing a more comprehensive version of that monologue as a separate piece to the channel. But yeah, I mean, that is such a major fight right now. And it's, it is an American fight. It's also a fight around the world. In countries without First Amendments, they are able to go a lot further. And here they seem to reserve these sort of extreme measures for people who they have for whom they have extreme distaste, like Scott Ritter, like the African People's Socialist Party, right? Like Julian Assange, even though he wasn't an American.
Yeah.
They pretty much, strong-armed the UK into torturing him half to death before finally they showed some mercy in a campaign season because they felt they had to.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is one of the major fights of our time, and it has to be a cross-partisan fight. And so that's why it's really important to sort of coalition build around that amongst a few other major issues, obviously.
And if you are one of these people, no matter whether you're left or right, if you are going to be calling yourself a free speech absolutist, please, for the love of God, okay, really mean it, okay? Because I've run into people on the left and the right who say, oh, we are free speech absolutists, until they're like, well, that person should be censored, that should be canceled. It's either you are for it or you're not. Because if you believe in the First Amendment, you got to go all in. There is no compromise. And I get it that there's bad, stupid, idiotic people out there. I get it. But as soon as you start saying, oh, let's add this little caveat here and there, well, then you're no better than the jagoff politicians, the corporate overlords, corporate media trying to censor us, okay? It's either you are with it 100%, and yes, you can have a disagreement with a person, or you're not. I am all in for the First Amendment because I've nearly seen my channel get destroyed so many times because of the censorship, because of the establishment, because of all of it. And I stand against that. I despise it. I despise it in all of its forms. And you know what, folks? When you see your favorite content creators struggle, especially when they lose their platform, no matter what their genre is, it is a very difficult pathway to reestablish connections and communications with your audience. And this is something that I stand against. And I dread for the future, and people need to start really educating themselves about the First Amendment and protecting and preserving it, because it is probably one of the few bastions in which people can freely speak out. We lose it, it's gone forever.
Well, yeah, and what you said is important there. The point that there are assholes out there that do make it kind of a drag. Yeah. Like Twitter is kind of a drag. Like you have to now, when you see something there, if it's not sourced, you have to source it before you run with it as, someone on the content creator side. We fell for one of the AI videos, an AI rendered video that was manipulated without our knowledge. So we had to come out in the next show and say, we're sorry, we took that down. Because there are times when you can get punked, especially now in the AI age. And, because Twitter is freer now than it was under Jack Dorsey, of course, not nearly free enough, as has been demonstrated time after time.
Yep.
It does create extra headaches. Like you do have to do more work in terms of really vetting everything you see.
Absolutely.
That's the price of doing business. I'd much rather be in a position where I have to vet information to make sure it's not junk than be in a position where I have to think twice before tweeting half the shit I tweet. Like I'd much rather, like, doing that extra work is the price of doing business. That's the price of living in a free speech, or functioning in this case, in a free speech environment, or at least relative to the Jack Dorsey days.
And what I tell my audience when I do the morning show is like, look, just because you're listening to Hardlands Media, please check out other sources of information. And you may not have to agree with them politically, but please see other sources, other people, compare and contrast, and come up to your own conclusions. But you have to be a well-rounded individual in this day and age. This smartphone, we're getting information every single millisecond, okay? We're in a day and age where information is at our fingertips. We have the Library of Alexandria in our back pocket. So it is our due diligence on due dissidence that people keep on, doing their own research too. That's how you, the audience, also become informed in your own way as well. So we can, dare I say it, stay a step ahead of the censorship.
Absolutely. Amen. All right. I am the Owl. Thanks for the $2. In addition to the loss of life, imagine how many people will be denied insurance claims for homes and be ruined. A real country would rebuild everything after natural disasters at no cost to citizens. Amen. Thank you. Kenman, sorry for effing with your money, Keaton. Here's a few dollars to make up for it. I hate Ian Bremer, though. You're good.
That's right. You better.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you, Kenman G. Appreciate that. See, on Rumble, you can say whatever you want, but, they have AI over here. Over here on the East Berlin side. EJ, imagine. Two wild and crazy guys. KNK. Thank you, EJ. Eileen, thank you very much. Cryosynth wants a pants check for $5.
Hey. I'm one of the few pioneers in this YouTube space. I'm wearing
there you
pants.
go.
Dare I say it? I'm probably an American hero.
Beautiful. Two of my faves together. Yay, says SJ Tough. Well, thank you, SJ. Appreciate that. Furrow's Queen Fired Answer says Kit looks like a young Rob Baker from the Tragically Hip. I'm on holiday in Spain. First day of holiday, and we've been robbed by local thieves in a van. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. Probably punishment for Brexit. Gutted. Oh, you got robbed on your holiday. That sucks.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you.
There's a good song by the Counting Crows called Holiday in Spain. You should listen to that. It might cheer you up. Although it's a kind of a somber song. But it's a good one. Kevin G, Bill Maher surprisingly popular with women. He pays them. We did a whole thing about this at the live show.
Ka-ching, ka-ching.
Yeah,
There you
he's
go,
not a
man.
libertine. He's a John. There's a difference. Weather as a force multiplier, says Hillary Hinton. Owning the weather in 2025 is a 1996 Air Force document, which obviously has nothing to do with anything. Move along. Thank you. Scorsese made a film about Fran Lebowitz, a real puff piece. Yeah, I know he did. You know, I never saw that actually. You know, I actually, yeah. I mean, look, Lebowitz. Like I said, Lebowitz. She's very talented. I think she has a very good sense of humor. I think she's a good writer. When she talks politics, it's just asinine. But I do think she's quick-witted, and I do think she has a certain talent. If you can just compartmentalize some of her livery. Barbara Howard, thanks for the $5, said, I played Miss Marple's sub in telling the story to my son's second grade class. Sweet reference. Love it. Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate that. David Santucci, hammer this, John Kerry. Thanks for the $20, David. Bloodthirsty Mayonnaise, what's your take on Muslims' Michigan mayor endorsement of Trump? Is he better for Palestinians than Kamala and the blob? I don't think so, and I had not heard that he made that endorsement.
I actually did that segment on Harlan's Media.
Oh, you did? I hadn't even heard of that.
Yeah, he was talking about Jill Stein. Yeah, he was talking about Jill Stein, and he didn't give an endorsement of Trump. I wouldn't say that was an endorsement. I would say it's more of like, hey, there's a reason why maybe people would be leaving the Democrats, and maybe some Arab and Muslim voters probably voting for Trump because maybe he would be more reasonable, or other people voting for Jill Stein because she represents their values and has been the only candidate to really say, hey, this genocide in Gaza needs to stop. So what that mayor said wasn't, I'm endorsing Trump, but he was trying to educate the news commentator, who was wearing a terrible jacket, by the way, of, hey, there's a reason why maybe Democrats are losing that coalition because the Democrats abandoned their entire voting base. Simple as that.
All right. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that story. I did not. We've had kind of blinders on this weekend, so I must have missed that one. All right. We got Landrew. Landrew, I'm going to give you your cowbell. In honor of those fighting for freedom, Palestinians in Saralat, Lebanon, Syria, Iran, Aaron Bushnell, and Hassan Nasrallah in the new Palestine, a country for free and peaceful people. Thank you, Landrew. I'm going to try and find your Russell has this worked out where he knows where your thing is. Here it is. I found it.
I am Landrew. Landrew is dead.
Thank you for that generous donation, Landrew. Appreciate you very much. As always, sir. Roger Meadows, thanks for the $5. They distract us with what do we do about SCOTUS, but an activist Congress can undo their rulings with an edit of the law, passing a new law or amendment. Thank you, Roger. Appreciate that. Kuznetsky Bassane, thanks for the $4.99 super sticker. Appreciate that very much. Okay. We are going to now head to one of our main pieces of the night. So, folks, as you know, and you know what, before we do that, Kit, I just want to make sure that I show Kit how this works. So you're not going to get a full tutorial here, but it is the last day to take advantage of the 4 Patriots solar generator deal. So let's give them a little shout out here. So here, Kit can watch and observe this, how this works. It's National Preparedness Month, everybody. So at 4 Patriots, we want to celebrate by bringing back this unbelievable buy one, get one deal on solar generators. For a limited time, when you buy the powerful Patriot Power Generator 2000X, you'll get a mini generator for free. Plus, you'll also score 2 solar panels for free, too. That's right, not 1, but 2 solar panels come with this incredible buy one, get one deal on solar generators. So claim your power independence and free mini generator and free solar panels by going to 4patriots.com. That's number 4patriots.com. Hurry, though. You have until midnight on September 30th. That's tomorrow for those watching live, and today for those watching tomorrow, to claim your free mini generator. So by end of the day, September 30th, 4patriots.com to claim your independence. You get a great deal there, free mini generator and free solar panels. That's 4patriots.com.
There you go. All right. Hey, listen, folks, we all know the world's going to end, so you got to have your Patriot generator to rebuild America.
There you go. Simple as that. Simple as that, my friend. You might have to log out and log back in one more time, Kit, because the microphone is acting up again.
Really?
I think it's StreamYard. I don't think it's your fault. I don't think so.
Okay.
But that's all right. Go back and come back in, and I'll let you back in. No worries. No worries. We're keeping on. We're doing our best here. I think it's a StreamYard issue. I don't think it's a hardware issue on Kit's part. Let's see here. What do we got here? Kyler Bleeker says Scotty Ritter has been emphatic about how close we came to nuclear war 2 weeks ago. Any significant difference in risk under Kamala versus Trump? He got into that in one of his speeches, which I didn't put in this cut, but I will put in one of the extra YouTube clips. He did, mention the Bobby Kennedy and Don Trump Jr. letter advocating de-escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war. And he said that basically people should be basically creating a bidding war in terms of using their vote to try and leverage the most pro-peace position amongst all of the different candidates. So that was his take on that. But he did speak extensively on that issue. He also spoke about Gaza. So the portion of the speech that I have from him is about Gaza because, unfortunately, due to the path of the hurricane, Max and Anya, who were supposed to be at the Kingston rally, could not make it. And so he filled in for Anya on the Israel-Gaza war. And I have some of that footage, which we're going to play pretty soon. All right. Give me a little sound check there, Kit.
Check.
Sounds good. I'm pretty sure this is a StreamYard issue. I don't think it's your fault. Don't worry about it.
I hope not.
No, you're good. I think it's because we have some long videos that we're going to play, but we're going to get through those now, so that won't be a problem for much longer. All righty, folks. So, as most of you know, Russell Dobular, my regular co-host here at the program, spoke at the Rage Against the War Machine rally yesterday in Washington, D.C. This was a real barn burner of a speech. Quite the epic presentation here. It's already spread far and wide on Twitter, and we're super excited to share this with you all. So we are now going to mute up and full screen this. This is our first big piece of the night. This is about 12 minutes worth every second. Super proud of this speech. So we're going to mute up and give you Russell Dobular live at Rage Against the War Machine yesterday afternoon.
Bob Dylan, late in his career and well past the peak of his powers, recorded the forgettable blues tune, You Gotta Serve Somebody. The conceit was that no matter who you are, laborer or king, you have to bend the knee to something or someone. A lot of people seem to believe this. And as the election approaches, like a meteor set to strike the last of our illusions of American exceptionalism, with its choice between a half-bright narcissist and a deep state hologram, we can see formerly sturdy knees hit the dirt one by one, and formerly sensible mouths speaking the most ridiculous justifications for their service to one of these two exemplars of social collapse. The Palestinian people who have been bought and sold and traded and betrayed so many times already are now being sold out again by many self-described progressives for the promise of a free school lunch and legal weed, with Kamala's selection of stolen valor candidate and serial liar Tim Walz being just the fig leaf they needed to go home to the corrupt Democratic Party that they only pretend to leave between election seasons. Some saw gold in them Thar Gaza genocide hills. Many of the commentators who have been racking up clicks and ad revenue off the exploitation of Arab death have run from their cause like Matthew Miller from a crucifix and sunlight, now that the better opportunity of the Kamala campaign has come along. Of course, nobody says outright that they're abandoning the Palestinians to their fate. Instead, they pretend to be reading subtle messages hidden in Kamala's selection of waltz and in her occasional acknowledgement of the untold horrors that the Biden administration continues to fund and equip. The subtext being, it's the old white guy's fault. Just wait until a black woman is in that White House. She'll show them. This in spite of the fact that insofar as we can infer anything from Kamala's record, it's that she will be the perfect puppet that the deep state has been after since Kennedy caught a bullet for thinking he was in charge. This offers a tremendous opportunity for a rival campaign to set a different course. Unfortunately, the Trump campaign is not that campaign. Many say they like Trump for his honesty, and one does have to admit, no other politician at his level of the game would stand in front of a bank of flags representing a foreign country, in this case Israel, and brag about how billionaire advocates for that country, in this case the Adelsons, told him what to do on that country's behalf, and then go on to describe how quickly he got it done as he did last week, declaring his intention to make Israel great again for good measure. The American people seem to have slipped his mind in the heat of the moment as he danced for those sweet AIPAC dollars. And how sweet they are! So sweet that many who would speak at a Rage Against the War Machine focused on Ukraine last year will not speak at one whose declared aims include ending the war in Gaza. Others do not want to be associated with its sister event, Rescue the Republic. But I believe, as do our hosts Angela and Nick, that we should speak to those with whom we disagree. In that spirit, it is truly remarkable how many people who saw clearly that the war in Ukraine is something we have no business being involved in, European country though it may be, avowed bastion of the Western values that so many here this weekend claim to adore so much, have revealed themselves as rabid and unreasoning supporters of Israel after October 7th. No, this is not our fight, they said rightly when it came to Ukraine. And besides, this country is so corrupt they gave Hunter Biden a job. Who knows how many BMWs and back waxes our money is going to end up paying for? But when it comes to a country so corrupt that its Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu would rather keep on slaughtering children than negotiate a peace that would allow the ongoing criminal proceedings against him to resume, they're all in. When it comes to a racist apartheid state that blocks food aid as a weapon of war, that attacks hospitals, houses of worship, and its own declared safe zones, that openly executes journalists and activists, some of them American citizens, they say, we have to stand with Israel. It's an oasis of Western values in the Middle East. Well, if by Western values we're thinking of King Leopold's tenure in the Congo, Spain's gay romp through South America, the U.S. genocide of its native population, the Australia where an Aborigine scalp could fetch you a few pounds, well then yes, a country full of white Europeans dropped in the middle of a non-white indigenous population whose land they steal and whose people they slaughter, all the while blaming their savages for their savagery when they attempt to fight back. Israel is a true bastion of Western values in the Middle East. And God help the indigenous people there if history is any guide. To all of this, the Israelis have an answer: the Bible. In this, they are of one mind with their Christian Zionist supporters. They only differ on canon. For Jews, there is only episode 1, the Phantom Hebrews, in which they take the land from the unwashed Philistine. If they contemplate the sequel, in which they function as Jesus bait, before those Jews who continue to reject the Prince of Peace are thrown into the lake of fire upon his return, they have the good taste not to mention it, as they indulge the apocalyptic fantasies of their Christian counterparts. In the words of the great Israeli historian Ilan Pappé, most Israelis are secular, but they all believe God promised them Palestine. So do you really have to serve somebody? Do you really have to get behind an establishment avatar or a trust fund plutocrat? There is something slavish in human nature that tells us it is so, but there is also something noble in us that tells us to resist. It was not the nobility that was most devoted to the king. It was the peasants that took the most pride in their connection to the big man in the castle on the hill, who saw their place in the world as being inextricably linked to their acceptance and celebration of their place in the feudal order. It's the same impulse that drives people to think that union-busting, Netanyahu knee-pad-wearing Elon Musk is their champion, that Trump is a friend to the working man, in spite of all the working men he stiffed over the years, that Kamala is anything more than a cutout for the anti-human agenda of her handlers, or the fact that the country is running just the same without a president as it ever has with one, doesn't prove once and for all that the job has become ceremonial, with the military-industrial complex that Eisenhower warned us of ruling through bloodless ghouls like Jake Sullivan. Some say you have to decolonize your mind. That may be so. But what you also have to do is de-peasantize your mind. You don't have to bend the knee to any of these warmongering narcissists that wouldn't piss on you and yours if you were on fire. Whether you're talking about Nancy Pelosi, Dick Cheney, Kamala Harris, or yes, Donald Trump. We need to get off our knees, because when the people come together and stop accepting the way things are, that's when they truly change. And that's exactly what they're afraid of. That's why they keep us bogged down fighting about drag queens and DEI hires while they laugh their asses off and count their cash. Whether it's from the house on the hill or from the podcast studio where the most money is to be made catering to cultural grievance while the rich get richer and you keep on getting poorer. The CIA and the FBI used to send agents out to infiltrate political groups and get them fighting. They don't have to do that anymore for the most part. The social media algorithms do the job for them, and there are plenty of folks with a microphone happy to help. If we want to stop these wars, we have to stop playing their game. We need to stop accepting their framing. We have to call an election between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump out as the disgrace that it is. We need to reject a system that tells us we have no better choices than these and that we don't deserve better choices than these. We do have a choice. It's a choice between endorsing this system or coming together to shut it down. To shut down a system that thinks so little of us that it expects us to take these disgusting freaks that pass themselves off as our leaders seriously. And don't let the new commentariat tell you otherwise. Those folks are getting fat off your desperation while they funnel you right back into the system. Whether it's the grifters telling you to vote Kamala for the free school lunch or the grifters telling you that Donald Trump is your champion. When someone tells you either of those things, you should put your hand on your wallet because they're about to steal it. De-peasantize your mind, because when we listen to that other voice, the voice that tells us to stand up and resist, that's when castles fall. That's when old, corrupt systems crumble. That's when revolutions are made. Thank you.
Ow, hot. Whoo, that keyboard's hot.
Brilliant.
Sorry.
Brilliant. 10
Burned
out of 10.
myself there a little bit. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Round of applause in the chat for Russell, please. What a speech that was.
Yes,
that
exactly.
that was quite incredible. You know, Russell shared the draft of that speech with me the night before. He asked me for notes. I had zero. Yeah, it was just about perfect and just about perfectly delivered. And so big shout out to Russ there. And yeah, I mean that has been the sort of core of what we've been saying throughout this campaign season. And yeah, glad he could share that. Go ahead, kid.
I would go on further and say, look, this is when people have to start breaking away from thinking that the politicians are going to save you. They're not going to save you, ever. None of these politicians don't give a damn about you. They don't like you. They don't think about you. And they sure as hell don't respect you. So the best thing for us to do is to walk away from them and build something better without them, because they've built their neoliberal world. And in it, we are all servants to it. And then we hope that they're going to make our lives better. Has it improved? Can anyone recall a time that the politicians in D.C. improved our lives? Can anyone recollect at any point in time that they've done this? All what I've seen is the banks getting more money, Wall Street getting bailed out, and us having all these forever wars, and nothing for the people. I can't recall a time. I'm 39 years old, and I still don't know. And my grandpa, before he passed away, he even can't remember. You know, before then, he said, oh, they've never given a damn. And they don't. And we continue to perpetuate and pull up this and set up this system and thinking that somehow it's going to change. If Trump gets in the White House, nothing's going to change. If Kamala gets in the White House, you better believe that nothing's going to change. We have to be the Knights on the Hill.
We're going to bring Russ in now because he's joining us in progress there. What's up?
What's up? How you guys doing?
Hey,
good. The speech killed.
Well done. That was a home run homer.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Yeah, it was a very interesting experience. You know, you're standing there, you got the Washington Monument out there, and you're doing this speech. But the crowd for the first day was pretty small. That was a pretty small crowd. So it wasn't too.
Hey, we got the clip in the can. We got the video in the can.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, no, that's up to almost 100,000 views online. I mean, it can get out there, you know. I mean, it's great to have an in-person crowd. We love the in-person gatherings. We think that's hugely important, obviously. So it sucks there weren't more people there. But look, next best thing, it's going places online. It's up to almost 100,000 on Twitter, and it'll get a decent amount of traction here when we drop this as a clip too. And we got 3,500 strong in the chat right now, so I'd say it's doing pretty well.
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing about the world we live in today. You know, if you had done that in 1967, it would have been like, yeah, you know, small crowd, but that's not real. I mean, honestly, I'm not even kidding. I was thinking about that as I was doing it. I was like, well, really? I mean, this hopefully will have a life digitally, you know, and fortunately it has. But, you know, man, I mean, it was interesting. I've gotten asked a lot, like, how people reacted in the moment. And yeah, man, like you had people who were into it, like you compressed the sound, I assume. So there was like some
No, I just took what they had. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe something happened in the video editing, whatever, but yeah.
No, there were people cheering, but there were also people who looked like they just got slapped in the face with a fish. Like they did not expect anyone to come out there and say that kind of shit. Although, you know, today when Jimmy did you know, criticism of the Zionists, you know, man, these fucking people, these Dave Rubin people, like they don't really represent that audience. Like the reaction to what Jimmy was saying was very positive. It's this small clique of Zionist podcasters who I think a lot of their audience tolerate it more than they support those views.
Right. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think, you know, amongst the rank and file, like ordinary people don't give a shit about Israel. Why would they? Right. I mean, there's only a
Right.
small number of people who have an interest in that. You know, and especially as you climb up the sort of influencer game, those circles get smaller. But yeah, I mean, Jimmy was, to my knowledge, I watched almost all of the Rescue the Republic stuff. To my knowledge, he was the only one who said a word about Israel. If you didn't, if he weren't there, you wouldn't have even known there was a genocide going on. Not a clue.
No. Actually, we had people who watch our show come up to me and say that. They were like, I was mostly in the media tent today getting interviews.
Right.
But when I would come out and peek out, a lot of people who know our show would come up to me. And some of them came up and were like, not one word about Palestine the entire day.
No, all the brave
they
civil
never said the
libertarians.
word.
Yeah, all the brave civil libertarians about, the tyranny and censorship, and you wouldn't even know that was going on until Jimmy went on, which was almost at the end.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
The thing that bothered people during my speech was the anti-Trump stuff. They didn't see that coming.
Right.
Like they were all into it when I was calling Kamala a deep state hologram.
Right.
And when I was calling Tim Walz a stolen valor candidate. But as soon as it took a turn that Trump is not that candidate and he's basically serving a foreign country and bragging about how quick he served these donors, they did, some of them did walk out, actually.
Oh, yeah?
A few of them walked away when I started getting into that.
Well, this kind of goes to the point of, when you hear people say that they're free speech absolutists, as soon as you say something that offends them, then they walk out or they dismiss it or they don't want to hear it. And we've seen these hypocrites a lot, especially on the right. I know they're on the left too, but on the right, for those who say, oh, I believe in free speech, absolutely 100%. No, you do not. There's only a handful that I know that actually really do give a damn about free speech and it being pure absolutists about it.
Well, they're total hypocrites on the subject. I talked with, you're keeping hidden who we interviewed.
Yeah, we're
gonna. You want it to be a reveal later. Okay, well, I was talking to someone that we're very friendly with, who's a very prominent person about that whole thing, and it is irreconcilable. It is completely hypocritical. The idea that in the middle of the greatest crackdown on free speech since at least Occupy Wall Street, if not the Vietnam era, on these student protesters, not a fucking word about it. And in fact, most of you support that.
Right.
And you're going to come out here and talk about civil liberties. Listen. And as far as snowflakes go, we just saw it. I was talking at the end, maybe we'll drop this as a clip this week. I had a really interesting interview with a group of audience members, one of whom was holding a sign, MAGA for Palestine. And it was a group, MAGA for Palestine. I was interviewing her and she was like, yeah, a lot of us think this way. A lot of us don't support the war. We don't support the genocide. So I was like, well, why are you MAGA? And she said, well, we're hoping that this is what a lot of them say. We hope Trump can be influenced. We hope an impact can be made on Trump. But she wasn't like unreasonable. She wasn't like, no, I think we're really going to get this shit done. What you're hearing from a lot of people who are not like really deep in the Kool-Aid is, well, what other choice do we have? What else do we have? What do we look at what we have with Kamala? We know what that's going to be, which was very much the logic with him in 2016 for a lot of people who voted for him.
Right, but the old saying goes, hope in one hand, crap in the other, see which one fills up faster, and I get where
I think it's a lot of hopium.
Yeah,
I agree.
Hopium.
I agree. And people who don't just want to completely succumb to the absolute despair of the black pill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, but just an absolutely epic speech, superbly done. And so,
Thank you,
congratulations. Very, very proud of it. Yeah, like I said, you sent me that speech. I changed one word because I changed free lunch.
No, you were right.
So Russ didn't mean this, but he put when he was describing Tim Walz's free school lunch. He put free lunch instead of free school lunch.
Right.
And I said, put school lunch in there because free lunch is a euphemism for like welfare.
For welfare.
And I know I didn't mean it that way, but
yeah.
literally of all the words, that was my one edit. Other than that, that is word for word Russ's speech. I thought it was essentially perfect. And so, yeah, it was just, it was crazy. I mean, it was extremely well written and well done. And that's why it's going places. It's going places. Very big. People are saying
it's
things.
Very, very big.
Yeah,
very
people.
big.
Everybody's talking about this.
Huge in your face.
We're up to 93,000 views on Twitter. Retweet that if you got a Twitter account. Go find it and retweet it. Yeah, we want to get that out there.
Yeah, they're saying Trump is looking for a script writer there. Maybe I can write some of his speeches.
Exactly.
I'll write some anti-Trump speeches for Trump. No, I mean, look, that's the truth. And in the end, this, particularly after October 7th, but even this election season is very clarifying. And I really wanted to address that because, come on, we know, man, we're in this space. More of these people are just fucking grifting off their audiences than have any convictions.
Yep.
I mean, that's why they just run right back to the Democratic. They pretend to be rebels against the Democratic Party, and as soon as an election comes around, they find a reason. I don't know what they would have done if she hadn't picked Waltz. She would have flipped her hair the right way.
Yeah, they would have found something, right? That's a good point.
Something. It's like they needed some pretext. And that's the only thing that explains how quickly they all jumped up. Oh, yeah, now I'm on Kamala. Like they were waiting for a way to finesse that. And then they didn't have to finesse it. Oh, look, free school lunch. That's it. Look, Tim Walsh. Oh, look, they're finally paying attention to the progressives. They finally listened to us.
No.
No, I mean, but that's what they did. And then, hey, a lot of people on our side of things, I feel, have some legitimately and some not, have been pulled into MAGA in their anger with the Democrats.
Right.
They've been pulled into this shit. And I can understand it. But yo, man, you got Alex Jones running around talking about the goat with the spider dick or whatever the fuck he's going on about. You got Roseanne talking about the Haitians being literal vampires, and you got Tucker Carlson, who a lot of us included, have been like, yeah, good. He went and talked to Putin. He said some good things no journalist with his platform would do. And, it's like he had some shred of credibility left after the Darryl Cooper interview. And that credibility was burning a hole in his pocket because he seems to just be blowing it away every subsequent interview he does. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this thing has just gone completely off the rails. So I understand people who want to believe in something and are so angry at the Democrats, are so angry, veterans of the Bernie campaign, at what they did, that when you see these people attacking those liberal elites that did that to you, you want to be on board with them. But yo, man, are you gonna take this train into the Grand Canyon? Because that's where it is clearly going. If you see, the only thing I sent Keaton of a crowd image was, I was in the crowd when Russell Brand and Harvey Dent over there started doing their fucking prayer to the Lord. Yeah. I mean, come on. You want to get on board with this weird clownish theocratic nationalism that they're trying to promote? Is that where we
clownery?
Yeah, you're so mad at Hillary that you're gonna follow that? Come on, man.
We've seen this before though, because I when Harlan's Media we got started in 2017. This was when TYT was still, I guess, top dog in the whole internet space. But everybody was saying, why Cenk? Why Anna? Why TYT? You saw for a fact of what was happening on the ground to the Bernie Sanders campaign, and then you go all in for Hillary. And since afterwards, especially with Justice Democrats, brand new Congress, we see so many people flip. And a lot of them, I think, just lost their ability to think critically, or either that was trying to go where the money was at due to the adpocalypse that hit YouTube and the wave of ever-growing censorship from 2017 up until now, to where you got so many people twisting themselves over that they don't even know who or what they believe in anymore. They're just following the money. And that's the problem with a lot of these influencers.
The money. That's it.
It's the money. And while it's not related, I was at the grocery store like last year or something like this, and I remember seeing this tabloid in particular about Hollywood celebrities going broke, right? And I remember talking to my mom, who was involved with like a lot of the makeup artists and designing for all of that, and I remember asking her, like, hey, why are all these celebrities going broke? She says, well, the houses, the staff, the people they have around, they got to pay these people, and a lot of these influencers are stuck in that same spot too. Maybe not on par with these Hollywood celebrities, but stuff costs money.
Yeah, they got
the thing is, when you give up for the almighty dollar, what are you going to compromise on in regards for your values and beliefs? And I saw that happen way back in 2017. Seeing it, now, I've never seen it this bad on steroids. So where it's like, okay, I agree with you on some points, and even with Russell Brand, I'm sorry what he went through in regards to him being censored, but this whole going into, I guess, redemption or believing in a second coming. Look, I'm happy if somebody finds faith, makes them whole, and everything else. But what are you giving up in regards to going all in for the right? Because the right is just on board with censorship, just like the quote unquote political liberal left is. The establishment always wants to control things, and every single influencer wants to have the crowd, the spotlight on them. And while it is intoxicating, it is a drug that will blow up in your face. To quote Cat Williams, all lies will be revealed. My God, that interview is my power animal.
Well, and especially when you look at, and this is part of why me and Keaton periodically do segments that are intended to purge audience that we don't want, because eventually that audience is going to become your boss if you don't do that. And ultimately, it doesn't even have to be selfish. It doesn't even have to be about you. You grow past a certain point, you have to hire more staff. And now, if you're a nice person, you care about those people. And now you got a payroll to make. Now, when you say, I don't care if I lose half my audience, you're also saying, I don't care if I lose half my staff. I don't care if half my staff that's been with me maybe for years now is out of a job. And then you're trapped. It's better to grow in a good way than to blow up in that way, to blow up in a bad way. Now you got somebody like Russell Brand. I don't know how much that's a consideration, but certainly you see this again and again. Even to some extent with Jordan Peterson, like Peterson was not this crazed, literal Batman villain dressing psycho that he is now. He started out like a psychologist who I didn't agree with him on everything. I did agree with him on some things. And look, you got this mob coming to destroy you. What are you going to do? You're going to run to the people who are going to protect you. And they wind up having to, whether they believe it or not, I think some of them wind up becoming converts to a right-wing ideology. And I think some of them just, that's their new master that they have to serve, because now that's the whole underpinning of their audience and their financial well-being.
Well,
you bring up something interesting too when we talk about cancel culture, because again in 2016 when the cancel culture was really starting to begin, people were losing their livelihoods and jobs for a lot of BS reasons. And were there bad people? Yeah. But a lot of other people were then hit with that same hammer. I can understand why somebody would run, but the thing is, if you're running for protection, what are you giving up? And then at the same time, too, I think this whole wave of cancel culture and censorship is being made fun of, because these very same institutions that want to cancel people, like Hollywood, they're deep in the red. Like the Hollywood establishment, the corporate media establishment, they can't do what they used to do. Yes, they still got some fight in them, but whatever semblance of the wave of cancel power that they had, it is long since gone. And now
it's crumbling.
It's crumbling. And I think we could enter an age where the cancel culture wave or mob mentality will end. I'm not saying it will go away forever, but the power that it had before in the previous years. I mean, I'm very curious what kind of studies or books will be made in regards to studying the human mindset during that era in which if you did not follow the herd, you were ostracized, you were vilified. And I could understand again why people would run. It's just, what are you running to that's going to embrace you, and can you escape that embrace if it becomes too much?
No, they can't. The only guy who really stuck it to his audience in a way that cost him something that we know of, who actually cost him something, was Glenn Greenwald, who told us when we interviewed him, he lost 20% of his paid subscribers after October 7th when he took an anti-Israel stance. 20%. Right now, that cost him something because he had cultivated, more of a MAGA adjacent following over the years since he, spoke out against a lot of the Trump derangement syndrome that a lot of us did. And that's when he got into the content creation game. He was like a journalist, right? Whereas there were a lot of creators like us, like you, Kit, like RBN, like Jimmy, like the Gray Zone, who kind of had a viewpoint diverse audience to begin with. So yeah, we lost a little bit when we took the pro-Palestine stance, but not much. Greenwald actually took a 20% hit, he told us. But the guy's got stones. The guy's got integrity. If that's what it takes to tell the truth, that's what you got to do. All right, we're going to move on because we got plenty more here, and we got some Rumble rants and Super Chats, and we want to shout out our patrons. So, Jake, why don't you throw that patron scroll up for us, please? If you'd like to become a member and support this program, you can do so by going to patreon.com/DoDissidents. You can also join our Substack and our locals, DoDissidents.substack.com and DoDissidents.locals.com. If you're watching on Rumble, 1,500 watching on Rumble right now. Click that join button underneath the video player. You get your name up in lights on the scroll. You get access to supporter exclusive live streams. Our next one will be tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Supporter stream tomorrow night. Exclusive content plus call-ins exclusively for paid members at Substack, Patreon, and Locals. So click that join button underneath the video player over on Rumble to join and sign up. You can also go to DoDissidents.substack.com or our Patreon. We try to make it worth your while as best we can. Supporter stream tomorrow night. Thank you all very much. We got 2,100 in the YouTube chat.
What happened?
There you go. Oh, I hit the sound cue. What, did you not hear it on your end?
Yeah, that happens sometimes when I'm on these platforms. I don't know why. When I'm on this equipment.
The equipment? What can you do? Yeah. Salute Keaton and Kit. Kit, nice to see Tina Mayberry let you out of the house to hang out with the fellas. LOL.
Oh, my sweet Tina. She's sweet as cornbread, but she is batshot crazy.
Kerry describes MSNBC and CNN to a T. That's absolutely correct. Mac Truck, thank you for the $5. To the wooden Indian John Kerry, if he ever told a fart joke, he'd crumble like sawdust. Thank you, Mac Truck. Yo, Kerry actually aged very well, man. That guy looks the same as he did when he ran for president. I feel like he hasn't aged a day.
So? Really?
The guy looks great.
Terribly. I don't know. Okay.
Oh, your mic is crumbling out on us again, Kit.
Again? All right.
No, it's because of this video. So just log out and I'll bring you in after the video. You can watch the video. It's about 30 minutes, so it's long. Sorry, Kit. I think it's StreamYard. Because last time when Caleb Maupin was on the show, the audio crapped out when we had a huge video to play. So I think when we have a huge video, that's probably it. So that's a learning experience, I know, for next time. Freebie for life. Love when I could watch you live. Proud of Russell and his badass speech. Heard the cheers. Keaton, always glad you're at the helm, and Kid is a great guest host. Free Palestine and save Lebanon. Solidarity. Thank you. Russell served up a can of whoop ass on the bloodthirsty ruling elite. Thank you. Thank you. Rebuke Zionism in the USA. Thank you very much. All right, we got a couple of big donations here. A couple of people who really loved your speech. Ken Texican for $100. Let's have a virtual cowbell. Can you do the virtual cowbell for Ken Texican? I can do it. Russ on fire. Get some of that. Get some of that, says Ken Texican. Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Hump 678. Get him, Russ. Rabble, rabble. Lights torch. I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore.
Was that the Hamburglar?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, our friend Ellen. Drop another C note on us. Thank you, Ellen. Appreciate that very much. Awesome. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you, Ellen.
That was the finest speech since Brian's Cross of Gold speech. I'm slayed. Thank you so much. Yes, well done, well deserved. All right, Kit, we're about to show a long video, so you can just hang out and watch that. I'll let you in afterwards. All right, cool.
Awesome. I'll go eat some barbecue.
Yes, Russ is going to go eat some barbecue. And then once this video is out, we're just going to load in the rest of the videos as they happen so that we don't have the issue with the sound. That's what I did.
I'm just going to tell you now because I came in as a guest and it sucks. So I'm going to log out when you start playing it. Come back in.
Cool.
The normal way.
Sounds good. Susanna over on YouTube, did you hear that Microsoft just brought 3 Mile Island? Massive amounts of energy neted for
I
new
did
AI
hear that.
data centers. All right. We're going to probably do a piece on that during the week. Schedule's a little random this week because we got the supporter stream tomorrow, and then we are not going to do an afternoon show on Tuesday, folks, because we're going to be live for the vice presidential debate Tuesday night. So we'll probably do the debate's only going to be 90 minutes. We'll probably do a few headlines after the debate's over for an hour or so. So that's what we're going to be. So program note: no day show on Tuesday, night show for the debate. Bert Lewind says it's the Muslim mayor of Hamtramck that supports.
Yeah.
That supports Trump, not the Dearborn mayor you're talking about.
Yeah, that was like
okay.
that was like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had not even heard of that.
Yeah.
Big Bad Russ lobbing truth bombs at the deep state, says Artie Blarty Fart Blast. Thank you for that. Golba44, thanks to the $4.99, says please create a separate video of Russ's speech so I can share it everywhere. We are going to create a YouTube clip. We already have a Twitter clip, but we will create a YouTube clip of a standalone video. Absolutely, 100%. Karen Alley, thank you for the $59.99 in EGP. I'm not sure what that is, but thank you for that. JM, thanks for another thumbs up and the $2. Brad Gilbert says free school lunch equals tax subsidized Kellogg's. Thank you, Brad Gilbert. Appreciate that very much. Okay, folks, we are here. Let me show Kit. Kit. I'm teaching Kit the wonder of these Rumble ads. So let's do a Rumble Premium ad. Well, Kit's watching, then we're going to move on. All right, folks. So this sponsorship is from Rumble, and it's one that's incredibly important to the survival of the company. When Rumble first started in 2013, they built the platform for the small creator. They didn't censor or have biases. They were fair and treated all creators equally. No one thought platforms would censor political conversation or censor opinions on issues like COVID, but they did. Facebook admitted they fell to pressure from the Biden administration in the letter that Mark Zuckerberg wrote to Congress a few weeks ago. Rumble did not censor, they did not cave, they held the line, and they are attacked daily for giving us a voice to talk to audiences like you. They're attacked in corporate media, attacked by governments like France, attacked from brand advertisers who refuse to work with them. Corporate America is fighting to remove speech. Rumble is fighting to keep it. Rumble won't survive with brand advertisers because they don't get much of it. So watching our show on Rumble is the most they can ask from you, but if you really believe in this fight and if you have the means, one major way you can help Rumble survive is by joining Rumble Premium, which is the ad-free version of their platform. So join the community that believes in the First Amendment and believes in our human right to free speech. Rumble is offering $10 off with the promo code STUDIO when you purchase an annual subscription. So go to rumble.com/premium and use promo code STUDIO. If you have the means and believe in the cause, now's the time to join Rumble Premium. If you don't have the means, we're just happy to have you watch us on the platform. All righty. Okay, folks. So now we are going to show you guys a video presentation that I made. I was out in Kingston, New York yesterday for a fantastic peace and freedom rally organized by Gerald Celente and the Trends Journal. Great speakers there, great turnout, great atmosphere. I met a lot of you guys. One of you guys do appear in this video, so keep an eye out for one of your fellow dissidents in the chat. I don't see her in the chat tonight. Hopefully she's watching, but you will see one of your friends here. This is about 38 minutes long, sort of a mini documentary. Talk to Scott Ritter, talk to Gerald Celente, talk to Judge Andrew Napolitano, put in some portions of their speeches. The speakers were absolute fire. This was a fantastic event. Was super impressed by it and very excited to share this with you all. So this is about 38 minutes. We will be back, and we got some surprises. We got some surprise goodies from Rescue the Republic today that you're not going to want to miss. So stay tuned. You're going to love this video.
I caught up with a lot of very interesting people.
So stay tuned after the video. We are not done. We got plenty of show tonight. Like I said, we promised you an epic. We are delivering you an epic. This is about 38 minutes. I'm pretty proud of it, pretty excited to share it with you. And then we will see you when it's done. So Russ, go enjoy your barbecue, and we'll see everybody after this video is done. All right, so we got Russ signing off here, right? Are you going to sign off first, or do you want me to? Okay, there we go. Perfect. Excuse me. All righty. Jake says that was the Egyptian pound, 2 Egyptian pounds. Thank you for that. Okay, folks, we're going to, I'm going to mute up, full screen it, and we will be back live in about 38 minutes. But until then, enjoy this coverage of the Peace and Freedom Rally in Kingston, New York yesterday.
America, God shed his grace on thee, in the crown that good with brotherhood, from sea to shining sea.
All right, so we're here with one of the smartest and funniest activists in this space, Randy Credico. Randy, what brings you here today? Surprised to see you here.
Well, why? I brought in Roger Waters today. I brought in that truck. And I'm going to open up with some comedy, even though I'm retired from that life.
Now, Victoria Nuland's supposed to be here any minute, but she had a problem coming up here from Washington, D.C. Her broom caught on fire on takeoff. Dorothy threw a bucket of water on her and she melted.
Well, one of the bright spots this year has been the freedom of Julian Assange. I know you were, frontier activist in that cause. What was it like to finally see him back where he belongs? And now he's going to testify.
I'm very happy that he's home, for him and for me, because I put so much time into it, especially on that truck, the digital truck and the billboard truck for the last 2 years. And I ruined my knee, so I'm happy that he's out. For him and his family, I couldn't be happier.
So as we see, we've now coming up on a year since October 7th and the protests everywhere, and we all, I think, are in agreement how important these are. But what are your thoughts on the war now expanding? What do you say to people who get discouraged? They come out to these events over and over again, and things seem to get worse.
You got to keep going. That's all you can do. I mean, you can't just sit there and watch it live stream genocide. You got to try to do something, and what you can do is get out there and do whatever you can, whether it be electronically or at a protest or at a rally like this. You've got to participate and encourage other people to participate, because you can't just sit there and rue about it, because that's not doing anything. So you go like Spartacus. You keep fighting until you die.
They keep fighting until you die. They're finding ways to suppress free speech more and more now. Does that make these in-person events even more important? Because these are big tech-proof to a certain extent, are they?
Yeah. Yes, of course it's important that we have these events. Outdoor events are extremely important. Yes, they are cracking down. Next year, I have a feeling the way things are going, this won't happen. They'll shut this down.
I can't believe the people on this show, like 80% are Italian Americans, you know that? We haven't had that many Italian Americans together in an anti-war crusade since Sacco and Vanzetti.
From the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much for being here. It means so much. And you're coming from all over, Canada, Orlando, Florida, Wisconsin, Michigan. Somebody said Pittsburgh. Yeah. Oh, you had that guy over there, what's his name? Joshua Shapiro, yeah. Yeah, the guy that signed his name on a howitzer shell. Oh, yeah, I'm happy. I hope I kill a lot of people with this. This is demonic. It's demonic. I launched Occupy Peace over a decade ago. I bought these three buildings. This is the most historic four corners in America. The only place with pre-Revolutionary War stone buildings. The seeds of democracy was sown here. I went for jury duty. The courthouse is right over there. The guy putting on the show said, "You see that picture over my shoulder? That's John Jay." Oh, that John Jay? Yeah, he was a judge over here. Here they come. Anyway, he goes on to say that when this was the first capital of New York State, and then the British burnt it down after the Battle of Saratoga, that the Constitution that was written for New York State, over 70% of America's Constitution comes from this Constitution. I was looking to leave the country back in 2010, and I'm traveling around, and there's nowhere I wanted to go. I came back from Berlin in 2012, excuse me. And Berlin was grander than Paris before it was bombed out. And I said to myself, where were the people to stop it? You're losing. And I came back and there was a for sale sign on the fence over here. I took possession of the building. I came back on April 27th. This building over here is 1750 Franz Rogan House. And I bought it because the seeds of democracy was sown here. I'm only me because I'm a Napolitano, born in the Bronx, born to be free. Love it or leave it? No, you leave it. You don't tell me what to do. I'm an American, born to be free, born to be me. Don't you tell me. And then I bought the other three. The other one's a museum. I bought them because the seeds of democracy was sown here. And I want to thank you all for being here. So I launched Occupy Peace, and this is the foundation of Occupy Peace.
All right, so we're here with Gerald Celente, one of the organizers of this event. Gerald, a great speech. I saw you on the George Galloway show the other day where you said something to the effect of this country is done, it's finished, it's over. And you were singing my tune there. What did you mean by that?
What I mean is that if we don't have peace on earth, it's going to be hell on earth. And we got a bunch of little low-life people that love war and hate peace. And we are on the verge of nuclear annihilation. And our country's rotting in front of our eyes. You like to take Amtrak? Maybe you like taking a subway in New York, a night in Calcutta. Don't you love all the homeless people in the cities sleeping? Oh no, we got to send more billions of dollars to fight the Israel war. No, more billions of dollars to fight the Ukraine war. More trillions of dollars to the military-industrial complex as the country's rotting in front of our eyes. We are on the verge of nuclear annihilation. And this is serious, and just listen to what Putin said last week. If we feel that our country is going to be terrorized, the words to that effect, he said, we're going nuclear. All right? And not a word about peace. Where are all the Quakers? Where they died in an earthquake? Where are all the priests? Where are the Catholic priests? Where are the Baptists? Where are the Seventh-day Adventists waiting for the 8th day? Yeah. How about all this, you religious people? How about thou shalt not kill? Screw you. We got people to kill. We don't like them and we're going to kill them. I'm telling you, this is going to be the end of life on earth if we don't have peace on earth. I've been at this for best-selling books, Trends 2000, trend tracking. I'm a trend forecaster. I see the trend shaping the future. And now what just happened with Israel killing Nasrallah, the Hezbollah guy, and the United States applauding it. Oh, and we better stop Iran. Oh, you're going to stop Iran? Let's get this straight. What does Israel have, about 9 million people? And Iran has 91 million people? And they're advanced people. These are the Persians. You want more war? If we don't have peace, it's going to be hell on earth, and no one's talking about peace. You're blacklisted from the media if you talk about peace. It's up to we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union with life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Happiness? Go to hell! Get back in your house. COVID's going to get you. COVID's going to get you, all right?
All right, just got one brief follow-up to that, because in that same interview, you invoked George Carlin, who was saying this decades ago, before most of us took him as seriously as we should have in this forecast. He was saying this in the late 90s and in the mid 2000s, that the country was essentially finished and done, and we're just playing out the end game. What do you think he saw at the time that most of us didn't?
He's a very advanced guy. He saw, he's another city guy like me, a Bronx guy, His brother used to work for me, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Patrick Collin used to work for me. He's a very advanced guy. We see what it is, it's a different trip. He saw the decline of it. You listen, people say they don't like my language. Listen to George Carlin's language. He says F you more than I say it. Because when you feel the anger, and again, St. Thomas Aquinas said, if you're not angry when it's morally justifiable to be angry, you are immoral. And I'm angry. And the people better grow up. All they care, did Taylor Swift get screwed last night? That's the mainstream news. Hey, the hurricane. They don't have a clue what's going on. As we say in the Bronx, people don't know dick about shit. So when this is going to happen, they're going to buy the bullshit just like they swallowed the crap coming out of the mouth of little Georgie Bush. We're going to get the guy with Osama bin Laden dead or alive. 90% of the people believed it.
It's my honor today to introduce some of the best voices in the peace movement, and that privilege is not lost on me. It's also a privilege to be around all you fine people. The timing of this rally could not be better for all the wrong reasons. Just last week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was embraced at an artillery factory in Scranton, Pennsylvania. That's the birthplace of Joe Biden. He told reporters that it's places like these, an artillery factory, where you can truly feel the democratic world prevail. I say it's at peace rallies, and it's through diplomacy where peace and democracy prevails, not in an artillery factory in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Okay, so Edmund DeMarche, you mentioned on stage you were the editor of the Trends Journal, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the Trends Journal, that's Gerald Celente's project. We're here in the middle of a few buildings that he bought a while back. Can you just tell people what is the Trends Journal for those who are not familiar?
The Trends Journal has been around for about 4 decades. And what it does, our mission at the Trends Journal is to use history to determine what comes next. And we try to approach it with a completely independent lens. We're not looking to win any kind of popularity contests. We're not looking to win favor with our subscribers or anything. We want to give subscribers only the hard facts and what it means going forward. So that's the value proposition of the Trends Journal.
Now, you guys, I was listening to Gerald give an interview to George Galloway. You guys are making a fairly unorthodox prediction for this election. Do you want to talk about how you came to that? First of all, what is the prediction for this election outcome, and how did you arrive at that?
Well, it's funny. We insist on not calling it predictions. We call it forecasts, because you can't predict, like Gerald always says. You don't know what's going to happen next. We're forecasting Kamala Harris wins, unless there's a wild card, like a crash in the economy or something. Why? Because we think that her appeal with the abortion that will be a major issue for voters, and that will carry over the finish line. That's the feeling. That's why we came up with, because it's a lot of people in the U.S. are single issue voters, and we think that and her. The fact that she's so well known, Donald Trump stumbled a little bit. We don't think that J.D. Vance was a great VP pick for Donald Trump. We don't think it really advanced his campaign the way he had hoped. And so that's where we kind of stand, and that's why we think Harris, barring some kind of cataclysmic economic event, will carry on and win.
I happen to agree with that, and one of the things I try to stress on my show is that as much as we in our space and here at this rally are deeply invested in foreign policy, unfortunately the general public isn't. Now, the purpose of these events is, of course, to raise consciousness around that. And so what do you think that process is like? How is that? How hard is it to get people to prioritize issues like the ones we're talking about today instead of reproductive rights? Not that that's not an important issue, but obviously this is you're talking about macro events where the world's becoming an extremely dangerous place.
It's an astute observation on your part. How do you get people to worry about what's happening in Ukraine when really they worry about things, putting food on the table for their families, paying their car payment, paying their mortgage. So it's hard to put foreign policy on the forefront, but when you're talking about nuclear annihilation, we find that it's easier given that the stakes are so high right now. And so we hope to push the message forward that this has a direct impact on you and your life, because these wars can escalate to become nuclear. And then obviously that's the biggest issue that could possibly ever be discussed. So I think the more people find out about the risks and dangers about escalation in the Middle East and in Ukraine, the more serious they'll take foreign policy and vote accordingly.
We now have a whole new industry that cropped up virtually overnight after the 2016 Brexit in Britain and Trump's election here, where the established order became quite nervous about popularism, that this ridiculous, this disinformation cottage industry, everyone suddenly overnight is an expert in disinformation. It's all private, but they work closely with government. And this is an extension of how government cannot, because of the First Amendment, censor a newspaper. They can't censor us, but they can get a private company to do it. That's what they're trying to do. Whether that's allowed or not is another question. There are Supreme Court decisions that say that government cannot use a proxy to commit a crime or a violation of the Constitution that they're not allowed to do by themselves. This is what we're having. And what does this disinformation complex say? If you write a position, an article or a TV report that includes the Russian point of view, that you're a Putin puppet, that you're paid by the Russians. You're paid by the Palestinians, by the Iranians, by the North Koreans. You couldn't possibly be including their position in your reports if you didn't get paid to do that. But why do they say that? Because these are people, the mentality. They themselves are being paid to do this. They could only understand. How else would they know? They could only understand that people take positions because they're paid for it. Not because they're actually committed to trying to find out the truth. What's going on? Nobody, they can't understand that that is what some reporters are still trying to do. We take this job seriously. No, because we're being paid off. So you can't include the moment you say the Russians say this, or you're paid by the Russians. It is so ridiculous. They rob your agency. As Scott Ritter said after he was raided, that the coincidence of viewpoint does not prove control. In other words, you may come to the same position in your reports that happen to align on certain issues with the Kremlin. That doesn't mean the Kremlin made you say that or controlled you. You just looked at the facts and came to that conclusion. It's a coincidence that you have the same opinion.
We're here with the man, Scott Ritter, one of the featured speakers today. Scott, it's great to meet you. Obviously, you're from my neck of the woods. I'm up in the Capital Region. I heard on local news that your home had been raided. Without commenting on the case, I'm not sure if you're at liberty to do that, but what is the environment for free speech now in this supposedly free country? And what is the importance of being here today for that reason?
Well, first of all, I'll comment on it freely. I have nothing to hide. The FBI, working on behalf of the Department of Justice, has taken umbrage over the fact that I have gone to Russia, that I've met with Russians, that I've learned about Russia, and I had the audacity to bring this knowledge back to the United States and try to share it with the American people using a variety of outlets. They want to classify me as an agent of the Russian government, which they can't do. I'll tell you why they can't do it. A, I'm an American patriot. I don't work for anybody except the United States of America, and that doesn't mean the government. That means we the people through the Constitution. And the Constitution in its First Amendment guarantees free speech and a free press. I am a journalist. So when I go to Russia, I go as a journalist. When I come back and I report as a journalist. And any effort by the Department of Justice using the FBI to shut me down is a frontal assault on the Constitution of the United States of America. We live in a very dangerous time when we're allowing the government to define what free speech is. That's not what it's about. Free speech is about we the people holding the government accountable for what they do in our name. And the moment we allow the government to define, that's like putting the fox in charge of the chicken house. It ain't gonna work.
Well, the African People's Socialist Party was just on trial. They were found not guilty of being Russian agents, but guilty of somehow trying to be. Have you followed that case? Do you have any comment on that case?
No, I've been following the Uhuru 3 and their case for some time now. It's a confusing verdict, which I think reflects the confusion of the jury, which may play well on appeal. This case should never have been brought to trial, though. The Uhur Three, the black nationalists, have been doing what they do for decades. You don't need the Russians to tell them, what their cause is, how to behave. You don't have to agree with them. It doesn't matter. In America, you have free speech, freedom of association, etc.
As is always the case in war, it's the innocents who pay the heaviest price. And that's what we see unfolding in Gaza, depending on who's counting. And this is where it gets really perverse, because somehow the bigger the number I put out there, the more you're supposed to feel horror. Ladies and gentlemen, there's only one name I have to put out there for you to have horror in your hearts. And that's Hind Rajab, a 6-year-old girl who was in the car with her relatives. The machine gun bullets ripped through the car, fired by the Israelis, killing her family, leaving her and her 15-year-old relative cousin alive but wounded. They picked up the phone and they called for help. Within minutes, the machine guns opened up again and killed her 15-year-old cousin, leaving a 6-year-old girl alone with dead relatives on the phone, begging for help, pleading for help, crying for help. They tried to send help. They sent 2 paramedics, very brave men, who went out there from the Red Crescent Society. They cleared the path. They got approval from the Israelis to go there and rescue this 6-year-old girl. They got within sight, 50 meters away. They said, "We see her. We see the car." They got out of the ambulance, and they were immediately gunned down by the Israelis, murdered. Their crime, trying to rescue a 6-year-old girl. She's on the phone begging for help. "Please help me. Please come to me." A 6-year-old girl pleading for help. And what did the Israelis do? "The tanks are coming closer," she said. "I'm afraid. The tanks are coming closer." The lady on the other end had her pray, had her recite verses from the Quran. And then the machine guns opened up for a last time. And they murdered Hind Rajab. All you need is one name. And yet I can give you 40,000 to 190,000 names of Palestinian civilians who have been murdered in Gaza by the Israelis. Their crime, wanting to have a homeland, wanting the same thing we want, a place we can call our own, a place we say, "This is my home. This is where I will raise my family. This is where future generations will learn to live in peace with their neighbors." But no, the Israelis don't want to live in peace. The Israelis dream of something, and when I say Israelis, I'm speaking of Zionists, people. I'm not speaking of Jews. I'm speaking of Zionists. The Jewish faith is a faith of God. We are not here to speak ill of the Jewish faith. We're not here to speak ill of any religion. We're here to speak ill of the murder in the hearts of those who will steal the land of others so that they can prosper while suppressing the ambitions, the desires, the hopes and dreams of millions of people who are innocent.
All right, so you're here representing Jose Vega for Congress. We are good friends of Jose, supporters of Jose. Russell and Jose are actually speaking at the Rage Against the War Machine right now, but what brought you up here?
Hi, I'm here because there's a major threat of nuclear war right now. We're talking about sending missiles, all the way into Russia. At any moment, Biden could just say, yes, we're okay to send missiles deep into Russia, and that would be World War III. I mean, Putin just also changed his nuclear doctrine and said that they would, use nuclear weapons if there was a attack from an ally of a nuclear power, which means that they're bringing the United States into the picture of the Ukraine war, that they would retaliate with nuclear weapons against the United States. So this is the real agenda. It's not just November. It's this threat of war now, and that we need fundamental solutions, which Jose represents.
Yeah, and what has it been like today? Just talking to people. You're in a great spot here. I had a big crowd today. So how many people have you talked to? What's been the reception?
I've been talking to tons of people, and it's been an amazing reception. Like, most people are not for one party or the other. They're all talking about geopolitics and that we need a major fundamental change in things. So, I mean, I've just found great people looking for bigger solutions that want to fight.
All right. So the platform here, Stop World War III, Peace Through Development, that seems to also be the platform of Diane Sayre, who's obviously running for Senate on the same party line as Jose. What is the Peace Through Development platform in a nutshell?
That there is no way to have peace throughout common grounds. And that was the idea of the Treaty of Westphalia, that you don't, you have to forgive past sins and have an alliance with your neighbors based on your common interests. And there are major global economic changes transforming. The global south is growing. And unless we say we are going to embrace this and be part of it, like the best tradition in the United States, then it's going to be continual war and conflict. So that is the only, peace is the only way, development is the only way for peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Roger Waters.
Hey, Scott. Hi, everybody. This feels like a minor miracle. It's going to be really interesting trying to speak through the 2-second delay that I'm hearing very loud in my ears of my voice, but I'll try. Woo! Yeah, that's hard. I should get some... No, I can't get headphones. I'm going to make do with what we are. I just heard Scott say, once a Marine, always a Marine. I get it, Scott, and I was really excited and moved to hear your words about the only thing that we need to act upon right now is to prevent these motherfuckers taking us into the Third World War, which is what they're determined to do. All right. Sorry, I'm going to calm down a bit because I've been trying to watch this on YouTube. There was no audio for a long time, but we soldier on. It's so great to see you all there in that field in Kingston, New York. A friend of mine, Lama Beirut, she's a journalist in Beirut, has been texting me all morning. So I've been watching all this stuff. When I wake up in the morning and I finish weeping, which I do very quickly because there isn't time for it, I am determined to do one thing every day to stand up and be counted as an act of resistance against the military-industrial complex and the ruling class and the warmongering assholes in the US Senate and in the Congress who are driving us inexorably over the edge of the cliff. This is the first of, I'll probably do several things today, but this is the important one. And I feel a real sense of comradeship and community with all of you here. And if I sound a bit emotional, it's because I am. I've been watching this shit unfold since October the 8th or 9th last year. And it's been driving me more and more and more crazy until I've almost become numb, but I will never become numb to the suffering of my Palestinian brothers and sisters. And I will never stop resisting this appalling genocide that's going on right in front of our eyes.
All right, so what brings you out here? You've got the Trump 2024 hat here at the peace protest. So why Donald Trump?
Donald Trump because he did not bomb Iran, thank God. And I think he's going to stop the genocide in the Middle East and Ukraine. He's promised to stop Ukraine. So I think he's going to do it. I mean, he's a man of peace. Look, he's the only president that went to North Korea, for God's sakes, you know. And like I said, he refused to bomb Iran over the downing of an unmanned drone. They came to him with a package, the Pentagon did, and they said, you know, between 150 and 300 people will die. And he said, no way. That shows me right there what the man is made of. Plus, he took 2 bullets for us. Well, two attempts so far on his life. This man could be golfing, traveling the world, enjoying himself, and instead he's trying to change America and change the world.
Now, I've seen a lot of Trump hats here.
Yeah.
0 Kamala hats here. I think that says something about the crowd.
Exactly. She's part of the genocide. Look, a woman of color, and she could have resigned over the genocide of people of color in the Middle East. That alone tells you, I would have voted for her had she resigned. That would have had world-shaking consequences. A vice president of the United States for the first time in history, a woman no less of color, resigning. That's what she should have done. And she did. She didn't do it. So how could you vote for somebody like that?
So what informed this sign here? Taylor Swift endorsed genocide and war.
Well, it's true. That's what informs it. The truth.
Taylor
When you
Swift
realize.
Sucks. And she's not a politician.
Right, exactly. She's look, her music. She's a musical genius. She's a billionaire because of her talent. But her politics are atrocious.
So what are your 5 favorite and least favorite Taylor Swift songs?
My favorite, I don't know the names of
There's
most of
that one
them.
Anti-Hero.
Yeah, that's a very good one. Anti-Hero.
Anti-Hero, that's a good one?
Yeah, I thought so.
Shake It Off, is that a good one? I heard that one.
Which one?
Shake It Off, you know that one?
No, that's like one of the pop songs.
So that's one of the
TV
shitty
pop.
ones.
Yeah,
right.
I think so.
All right, she's got a lot of material. Oh, thank you so much. Well, thank you for your time, sir. Appreciate you. All right, so now we got one of our fans. You all know her in the chat. This is Kinky. Kinky, what's up? Good to meet you.
Hi, family. Hi, Do Dissidents, Keaton. Here we are at a great anti-war love fest, and it's amazing who's showing up. It's very exciting. It's a beautiful area to be in, and I'm just loving every second of it.
Yeah, no, we were talking a bit before we turned the camera on when I met you. You were from Joshua Tree, California, so you say this is the end of a protest summer. So what's been the itinerary for you?
Well, it was Union Park in Chicago. It was harassing the delegates as they marched into the convention center. It was meeting all the people, the struggle. I'm just loving it. I think we all should get out there if we can. And I'm here as the representative for a lot of people who can't, who have to work. But if you can get out here, we have to protest what's going on. So please, come out.
All right, we're here with Judge Andrew Napolitano here at the Occupy Peace and Freedom rally. Judge, great to see you here. What brings you out here today?
Well, Gerald Celente is a longtime friend of mine. The two of us are committed to personal liberty and to peace. And he holds these rallies once a year, and I'm happy and privileged to join him to help spread the message. There's very little of that message around these days. There's no anti-war movement. There's no pro-peace movement. The media, strangely to me, seems to be in lockstep with the government. I'm speaking of the American government, whose behavior in Ukraine and in Israel/Gaza is reprehensible and resulting in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of innocent people for no discernible American purpose.
You know, I interviewed Max Blumenthal a few days ago about this event, and he talks about how he does regular interviews on your show. He's a left-wing guy, and he mentioned specifically how he started following you and realizing that despite that you are not necessarily a man of the left, you had a lot in common in terms of your views on civil liberties and war and peace. So what is the importance, do you think, of building cross-partisan anti-war coalitions like this one? I mean, now you're here with a bunch of commies at the anti-war rally.
You know, one of the smartest people I've ever known was Roger Ailes, who often used to teach those of us who were present at the creation of Fox that you condemn the message and not the messenger. You have to have friends across the aisle. There was a time when I wore a T-shirt that said "Bomb Hanoi" in my college years. Now, of course, I condemn that attitude. As you get older, you think differently, and you recognize that we have more in common than divides us. So even though Max is of the left and I'm a serious libertarian, we certainly disagree on the role of government in our lives. There are things we agree on, and those are the things that we celebrate and explain. And they happen to be peace, personal liberty, the idea that our rights come from our humanity and not from the government. And it's very gratifying to me to have friends like Max Blumenthal and his beautiful wife, Anya Parampil, and their brilliant collaborator, Aaron Mate. They've become dear friends of mine. We don't talk about the redistribution of wealth, but we do talk about civil liberties and peace.
So after we fought the revolution and won the revolution and wrote a constitution, 5 states threatened to secede. Isn't that interesting? The framers believed in the right of the states to secede, and they threatened to leave unless a Bill of Rights was added to the Constitution. And the Congress picked the same guy to write to the Bill of Rights who had written the Constitution, Little Jimmy Madison. Now they call him Little because he was 4'8". So I hope when I go to heaven I get to stand next to Little Jimmy because I'll look like Shaquille O'Neal by comparison. When Little Jimmy wrote the First Amendment, he insisted that the word "the" be in there. Hear me out. Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, recognizing its pre-existence before the government. If it existed before the government, where did it come from? It comes from our humanity. This was recognized by the framers of the Constitution and the ratifiers of the Bill of Rights. It would last for 7 years. The Bill of Rights was ratified in 1791. In 1798, the Congress enacted the Alien and Sedition Acts, a law that was motivated by something that is inconceivable today, fear of the French. All right. They feared the French because the French had just cut the king's head off and they were worried the same thing would happen here. So they enacted this awful set of laws, which basically said, if you want to come to the U.S. and become a citizen, come here. We'll give you 20 acres of land. You can till it and do whatever you want. And you'll be a citizen after 14 months. Unless you're French, then you have to wait 14 years. Oh, and by the way, anyone who is critical of the government or the president and is convicted of this criticism shall be sentenced to 2 years in a federal prison. So the same generation, and in some cases the same human beings who had just written Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech, enacted legislation that abridged the freedom of speech and punished its exercise in order to preserve the government from too much criticism.
What do you think it is? Final question. There seems to be a faction of people who seem to be able to see the truth about the Ukraine war, but not the Israel-Gaza war. There seems to be a contingent of people, mostly on the right, but not exclusively. What do you think that disconnect is? Why do people have a sort of break in their minds where they can be against funding Ukraine, but seem very hawkish pro-Israel?
Well, the pro-Israel crowd is very endemic in American culture, and people are afraid to be called anti-Semitic. I've been called that, but it's the farthest thing from the truth. I am a descendant of the Jews. My problem is not with the Jewish people, of whom I'm a descendant. My problem is with the government of the State of Israel that's willing to slaughter innocents. I recognize that it takes a certain amount of personal courage to make a statement like that, and you do so at the risk of losing friends, and it's not a popular thing to say in America. But the more people that look at what the mainstream media won't show them, look at it on your mobile device, the more people are recognizing how murderous, genocidal, apartheid, anti-human liberty the Netanyahu government is.
All right. So that was that. I had a great time at that
Nice
rally.
work, man.
Yeah, thanks. Hope
Great
you guys
job.
enjoyed that.
Great job
Thanks.
indeed.
Hope you guys enjoyed that. Yeah, I really loved the rally. I mean, the quality of the speaker and just the quality of the audience too. I mean, and the quantity. It was a fairly big turnout. I mean, they had probably about 500 people there because the seating area was full. and the overflow crowd was full enough. They had a big truck with a TV monitor so people could watch outside. And there was like a whole festival. You know, they had food vendors and people with, you know, tents set up, you know. And so, yeah, it was a great sort of carnival atmosphere. You know, Gerald, as he mentions in the part of the speech, he bought those 4 buildings there. So that's kind of like his area. So, you know, he was able to sort of repurpose that into sort of festival of sorts. And, it was a great time, and the speakers were phenomenal. I mean, Scott Ritter is a fierce public speaker. That's the thing, you know. Yeah. I mean, you listen to these guys on podcasts, and you know, like public speaking as a podcaster is different from getting in front of an audience, and you know, commanding an in-person audience. Right. Russell did that this weekend. Scott did that. Scott had no script whatsoever. He just went up there and he just spoke from the heart, and I mean, what a powerful piece there about, you know, the young girl, his family, just retelling exactly how she died and her family was killed. Just really powerful stuff. So it was a great time. Congratulations to the organizers for a really, really good event.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I really found it the one part where, you know, the first speaker was talking about how by the way, I hope the audio's sounding good on this one. But
okay,
clear. How the first speaker was saying, you know, don't America love or leave it. Don't tell me to go. I want to stay here. I'm here for peace. I'll admit, I teared up when I heard that right there. That was actually a good portion.
He's a good speaker. Yeah, he's a good speaker, and you know, he's got his show. He's in this space. You know, all these guys are sort of in our space, and you know, we're used to seeing them on a screen, you know, but there's a whole different charisma involved in actually getting up in front of an audience, and they were all great. And, you know, we did, Russ, before you got here, we did a segment where John Kerry said at the World Economic Forum conference about censorship, and I referenced, you know, Napolitano will put out the full passage of that because he goes into a lot more detail, but he gave just a really interesting and concise history of how the government's always been bothered by the First Amendment since they wrote it. They seem to have regretted having written it since they did. Yeah.
Well, people do have a change of heart. And, you know, when you look at the long-term consequences of, you know, unchecked power and, you know, if you let your emotions get the better of you, you don't know what kind of foundations you're leading to. And, you know, this is what, look, I'm all for people changing and realizing, hey, I made a mistake. Let me rectify it. Let's do it. You know, I'll work with anybody who wants to build a better future.
Well, this struggle in American history between an elite class that the First Amendment and democracy itself has always been seen by that class as an affront to their power. And they've always worked hard to subvert it. And they've always looked askance at anyone who represents, to their mind, the unwashed masses. You know, today, among the left, among liberals, for good reason, Andrew Jackson is not well thought of. But he was not well thought of in his time by elites, not because he slaughtered Indians or Native Americans. He was not well thought of because he had a drunken party full of laborers and lower class people at his inauguration. They didn't like what he represented. He was an early manifestation of this populist turn in American politics and the way that has always rankled the elites. If you look at Thomas Frank's book, The People Know, he really gets into, and it's quite remarkable if you lived through the Bernie Sanders campaigns, how similar the language that they used against the populist party in the late 19th century and early 20th century was almost exactly the same language they used against Bernie. The idea that it's a dangerous rabble that is behind this. And if they actually gain power, the country will be a ruin. They've been playing that playbook for a couple of 100 years with anybody who threatens their supremacy. It's nothing new.
Yeah, and then again, too, you see it also being used. One example, Mark Cuban calling Trump a communist. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, he said that
I know.
Trump is more Bernie Sanders than Kamala, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
To which I have to say, congratulations, Trumpers. Now you're communists.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's amazing. You know, we think we overthrew the aristocracy. This was one point that Crystal Ball made that was on point. When Jeff Bezos comes back from the moon, or not the moon, from his space
Outer
flight,
space, yeah.
from outer space, he starts talking about how we need to mine the moon. And, you know, Crystal, when she covered it, she was like, why are we listening to this person? Because he's rich? Right. Yeah, we need to mine the moon. Yeah, no, like, why is this person taken seriously? And it is that peasant mind that I talked about in that speech. It's the tendency to think that people who have wealth and privilege and power are to be listened to, even if they're speaking the most insane nonsense. I mean, she was absolutely right. Why the fuck didn't everyone laugh? Oh, yeah, no, that's what we need to do. Sure.
Right.
Yeah, we need to mine the moon.
Yeah. No, and these guys get rich enough, their words carry weight just because people don't want to stand up to them. There's not the incentive to actually like contradict what somebody like this says. Elon is the same way, you know. Yeah. People just like to play along. But anyway, folks, that was sort of an edit of a lot of material that we have. There's a lot of material from that rally that we'll be dropping on the channel in the coming days, including like fuller versions of the speech passages that we sort of cut up there. But yeah, it was a pleasure meeting all of you guys out there. We met quite a few of the audience out there on the streets of Kingston, and so that was fun. And thank you to, we had a couple bring me gifts. A woman brought me a bag of play scripts, which were great. And then we had one of our fans bring me one of his T-shirts, which I will actually show on the air probably on Tuesday. I meant to bring that today, but I don't know where the bag is. But yeah, it was great meeting you guys. So thank you all for being out there. All right, we got some surprises in store for you coming up in just a moment. We're going to take some Rumble Rants and Super Chats here. The China Shill, outstanding speech, Russell.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Beautiful. Peopled Infinite, that speech was awesome, Russ. The kind of speech that makes you want to burn down a castle. You're the best. Type 4 in the chat if you think Kid is awesome. Please get another post a while, please schedule. We will. We are.
Yes, it's going to happen. There's a lot of work happening, folks. Be patient. It's like a delicious meal being made.
Yes,
you want it to be perfect.
We're working on it.
The wheels are in motion. The wheels are in motion. Shout out to Hardlands Media. What's up, Kit? I see you. Battle. Hooah. There you go.
Semper Fidelis. Good to see you.
There you go. Thank you very much for that. Furrow Screen Fire Dancer, absolutely fantastic, Russell. Love you guys in this channel and your viewers. Amazing speech. Hope you met Ian Carroll. Yes, we did. Cancel This Conspiracy, another good guy. We did.
We did meet him. I didn't, before I even, interviewed him.
Yeah, we could get to it. I mean, we could.
Yeah.
We're at the.
Before I interviewed him, I was just hanging out with him. I was bitching about the. I gave you this rant about the culture section in the American Museum. We were having a conversation about that.
Oh, cool. Here we go. Hillary Hinton, best speech since Ned Beatty and Network, Russ, but he didn't mention Matthew Count Chocula Miller, so you deserve an epic mic drop. DD for President of VP. I adore you guys, but not in a gateway. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, callers got to wait until the Rumble switch to call in because part of why these microphones malfunction is not because of the hardware, it's because of StreamYard. So we got to keep the studio as empty as possible until it's time for the call-ins, all right? And then you can call in when we make the switch over to Rumble, which is coming up not too much later, but a bit later because we do have a bit more to get to tonight. J.K. Michael says, Kid, it's okay if a person walks out of the speech. That's not censorship. You don't have to listen as long as you let them speak.
Yeah.
No, I understand that's not censorship, but it's not in the spirit of like these people always act like they're up for a debate. They're up for an exchange of ideas. And then when you challenge them, they run, as we're going to demonstrate. There's a certain idea man, a man who's known for wanting to share ideas, exchange ideas. We didn't want to exchange ideas with Russell on a certain topic for too long. So we'll get to that in a moment.
And right when he smelled it. He smelled it. Like, the next question was the one we really wanted to ask.
But that was pure gold. I know it's coming, but I just he would do that.
Not look, when you're in there as press, you can't do what you would do if you're just like doing an intervention.
Oh, unless you're Jose.
Or unless you're Jose. Once they say they're done, you can't keep going. Like
Right.
it's an issue. Like you're a problem if you do that.
Right. And this was early in the day. But we'll get to that in
Yes.
just a minute. But Thirsty Mayonnaise, thanks to $4.99, says you never considered that Trump's ascendancy could be positive in terms of the system breaking, even though he doesn't reflect our values. Blind spot. No, I had that thought 8 years ago when he beat when he won the first time. But he didn't prove himself very well. And this campaign, he had a second chance, and he's blown it. Right. So, like, after he won in 2016, I was glad he won. I didn't make any, I didn't try to hide that.
I literally laughed at people. I told people, I had so many people get in my face and say, "How dare you say this?" And then a few months later, they apologized to me. Kit, we're sorry. Yeah, no duh. I called it happening a mile ahead. Wait, you didn't see it? Whatever.
Yeah. So to me, there's just not much evidence that he's going to turn this around, that he's going to rescue any republic, shall we say. Egg64, thanks for the $2. John Kerry has a goddamn Easter Island head. Thank you for that. This account is pending, thanks to the $5. John Kerry looks like a wood carving by a guy who was trying to make an Abraham Lincoln sculpture from memory. The sculpture couldn't make a beard. Thank you. That's a funny one.
Where'd you learn to be that mean? That's not nice.
All right, we got 2 big donations in a row for $100 each. Leprechaun Alley says, "Gotta give it up with that speech. Gotta give it up with that speech." Thank you, Leprechaun Alley. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Michael Castillo for $100 says, "Russ, that speech was amazing."
Thank you.
Reviews are in. The reviews are in.
Oh yeah.
Kyle Woolley for $5 says, "High five for Russ." JM. Thanks for the $2. Raffius says, "Great speech, Russell," for $5. "Great documentary, Keaton. Lots of boomers like me at the event." Yes, indeed, absolutely. Were you at the event, Raffius? Did I meet you? If I did, pleasure to meet you. Mike Check 237, thanks for the $9.99, says, "Good seeing Keaton at the rally. I didn't stop to chat because I didn't want to disrupt your on-the-ground flow, but it was nice to be amongst other peace-loving Americans. Keep kicking ass, guys." Well, thank you. Don't be afraid to say hello next time. Never too busy to say hi to you guys. Yeah. So it was great to be there. All righty. So we will take some more Rumble Rants and Super Chats as the evening progresses. But right now, why don't we get to some of today's Rescue the Republic footage? So, Russell, go ahead. You want to introduce this? And I will load in the video when it's time.
Okay, so today, I thought, because I was a speaker the first day, and Jose was under this impression too, we were both wrong, that we were going to have all access. We did not. We did not. They did not let us rub elbows with Russell Brand and Harvey Two-Face over there. They kept us locked up in the media tent. So we were really at the mercy of who wanted to come in the tent and speak to people. Frankly, it's pretty remarkable to me that Brett Weinstein, who organized the event, never went into the media tent, did not want to be answering questions about his own event, nor did his wife, Heather Haying. She spoke. She never went into the tent. Harvey Two-Face, of course, otherwise known as Jordan Peterson, he did not come in. Brand, not surprisingly, did not come in. So, yeah, I mean, most of them did not. Not surprisingly, our friend Matt Taibbi was a mensch. Like, that guy hung out for like an hour talking to everybody. Every person who wanted to interview him, basically.
Good. Very glad.
He gave them time. And then they got on Jimmy so late. By then, there was hardly any media left. Like, he would have come in there, but there was. I told him, frankly, it's like, yeah, there's nothing. There's no reason for you to put yourself through that. It's been a long day.
All right, so let's have a look at some of these interviews. Russ, just so you're not in the dark here, because I edited this as you shot it, I just texted you the running order here, so that you're not as surprised as the audience is. But let's start the insanity, shall we?
Let's
Let's
begin.
begin.
Dave, so what brings you here today to rage against the war machine?
Oh, just trying to save the Western world. That basically is it. Trying to do exactly what I talked about on stage up there, which is take whatever we have left of America, which actually is an awful lot, and remind people that it's good. To unite around things like free speech, like our founding documents, like our God-given rights. I have no real sense of the political parties of the people out there, but I do have a sense that these people love this country. I think they're seeing what now more and more people are seeing as they wake up out of the mainstream media stupor. I think they're seeing we have a media that doesn't really care about the truth. I think we have a political elite that is wildly, wildly out of control. And I think there's an unbelievably unique opportunity right now that sort of sits between, like an RFK and a Tulsi, ex-Dems, and a Trump who by no means is a traditional Republican. You combine that, and then suddenly you have Russell Brand and Jordan Peterson on the same stage with some of these people. It's like that is wide 10. It's what America is about. And it's also, actually also, because you asked about war, and I see what's behind me here, it's the thing that will get us out of the wars. That really is the truth. I believe in a strong America, but we have had way too many crazy military adventures. We have to figure out how to rein them in. And by the way, there's a guy running for president right now who did an awful lot of that. He's an orange guy. You know what I'm talking about?
An orange guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're speaking about anti-war. I spoke at Rage Against the War Machine yesterday. But you've been very supportive of Israel's actions in Gaza.
Yeah.
So how do those things go together?
Oh, well, every country has their sovereign right, not even right, I would say duty to defend themselves. So if 1,000 Americans got killed by Canadians on their border, you would almost have to be crazy to be, say, anti-war in that situation. You have to defend yourself and your citizens. So Israel's in an existential war for their existence, and I would say that's really kind of the tip of largely what's happening in the West in general. So I think there's a lot of confusion as it comes to that. Israel doesn't want war, but when people are trying to kill you, you better do something to survive.
A lot of people who are traditionally libertarian feel we should just stay out of these wars. So even if you feel Israel has a right to defend itself, should America be funding and equipping what they're doing, or in Ukraine for that matter, in either?
Ukraine and Israel are wildly, wildly different things. Unfortunately, with Ukraine, we're just funding this thing that seemingly has no end. Putin's got nukes. That's just the truth. It doesn't mean he's a good guy, but he's got nukes at the end. So we're seemingly funding a war that has no end. Israel, even if you look at the last 2 weeks of it, there is an end to this war, and they're rapidly getting there. As a general rule, I would be for cutting foreign aid altogether. We only give them military aid, meaning that we give them money that they have to spend in the United States. So it ends up in a weird way becoming a subsidy for our own arms systems here. That's not a great deal for anybody. It's not a great deal for the United States taxpayer, and it's not a great deal for Israel because then we have an incentive to keep them in war all the time to make money. So I think a lot of those things have to change, and I would also say that we're seeing those things change right now. I think people, it's very clear if you listen to some of the things being talked about here. The world is changing rapidly right now, and I think alliances are going to shift, and I think that if there is a chance for the West to succeed, you might be an American who doesn't care about Israel, but you need Israel to win.
So you feel it's changing? You feel we're going to stop funding these wars in Israel? And do you feel that would be a good thing?
I think I've said my piece on that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Just one last question.
Wait, don't run.
Thank you. Yeah.
Hang on.
Sorry, I only have a limited amount of time. Thank you.
He ran away. Aw.
Kit, your mic is on again. Sorry. It's all right. We'll let you back in.
Yes, he didn't. He felt the drift of where that was going, and the next question was going to be: so you've called AOC, Rashida Tlaib, and Francesca Albanese cunts. Do you feel that that's the best way to get out your message? He smelled that shit. I'm telling you, it was the next question.
That was the question I told Russell to ask. I said he has a pattern of using the C word to describe pro-Palestinian women, try and get him with that one. And it was just not to be. It was just one question too long. See, Russell is too much the interrogator. He's too much the Columbo, and I'm too much of the quiet horse. So there's a balance. Like, I would have just led with that, which probably would have been bad. But Russell aired on the other side of let's lead up to it. I would have just said it outright, like immediately, and he would have stormed away.
Well, exactly.
And then if you lead with that, he'll just storm off.
And also, if you do that, then he might go to security. He might say, hey, there's a guy in here who really shouldn't be in here. Like, it's a very fine line to walk. And I was talking to Dan Cohen, who was in there. And I told him the story. And obviously, he has a lot more experience doing this than we do. And he understood immediately, because it's something that comes up a lot as a journalist. Like, you want to butter him up a little bit before you hit him between the eyes.
Mm-hmm.
But they might run away. And he said he knew exactly what had happened. He was like, yeah, it's like you have the fish there, and then they dart away, and there's nothing you can do. It's tricky. It's a tricky balance, like you want to come off as being legitimate so that they don't complain. Which, if you did it the way you were suggesting, would
that would have
be
been
very likely to get you thrown out.
Hey, how are you? So why do you use the C word to describe
but if you women? Led in with, you heard my questions, like they were
I know.
Totally legit press questions, and then you close with that, like, what can they really say, because you didn't interview them like that as a whole, and then you're asking that question. But he slipped the noose right before I was going to drop it.
Exactly.
Next time. Next time.
Well, I'll get him next time.
Let's go to somebody who's slightly more confrontational style, although Jose did butter him up a little bit. Here's our friend Jose Vega catching up.
Well, Jose said that. Jose was like, I'm going to go do it so that you don't get thrown out.
There you go.
I was like, all right.
Good on Jose.
Well, here's Jose Vega catching up with Senator Ron Johnson.
Apologize. If I could just get a minute with you real quick. I'm a student activist. I really appreciate your efforts in wanting to stop the war in Ukraine. I think it's gone on for too long. You're right. But I have another question for you, which is, given the fact that Netanyahu gave this speech at the UN, and now he's extended the war beyond just with Hamas, now it's with Hezbollah as well, it's threatening an all-out regional war. I mean, we're on the verge of World War III. Do you think this so-called escalation for de-escalation tactic is actually any good? And can we in good conscience actually continue to support that?
First of all, Ukraine and Israel are two totally different situations. They just are, okay? Israel has tolerated for years the fact that Hezbollah, Hamas, and now the Houthis are lobbing missiles into their population centers completely indiscriminately. I mean, if that were happening in the U.S., could you imagine if groups in either Canada or Mexico were lobbing missiles into Minneapolis or El Paso, Texas? You know what we would do to them. So, completely different situation. Now, Vladimir Putin's an evil war criminal. The problem in Ukraine is that Vladimir Putin will not lose that war. He's not going to lose it. He's got nuclear weapons. It's a different situation. I think we need to support Israel to defend themselves, to eliminate Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis as a threat. You can have peace in the Middle East overnight, as long as Hamas, Iran, the Houthis, Hezbollah would just stop attacking Israel. Israel wants to live in peace. That's what the Abraham Accords were all about.
But how do you actually achieve that peace if all you're doing is killing civilians that are...
You get rid of the threat. Wars end when one side generally wins. Okay.
How do you win a war?
Brutally. That's why you want to avoid them.
So about
by the way,
400,000 dead Palestinians is okay?
By the way, Israel is bending over backwards to protect civilians. Before it bombs Lebanon, for example, they are warning civilians to get out of the houses that are, where the missiles are hidden underneath. So, okay.
Well, wait, hold on, Senator. Come on, you can't run away from questions now, especially from a constituent. Look, the latest conservative figure says there's 400,000 dead Palestinians right now. Are you telling me they're all Hamas? Are you more excited for war with Iran or with China? Senator, where are you going? Well, there you have it. It's absolutely
all right,
of an
he's got
elected
knack for the
official,
job.
can't handle tough questions, runs away, probably doesn't even believe what he himself said, and that's why he had to get going immediately.
And, it's amazing that guy didn't that guy doesn't understand that Jose is from Wisconsin.
Yeah. He's
Jose doesn't read Wisconsin to him.
No. He doesn't have that Wisconsin vibe.
Yeah,
going on. He doesn't have that Wisconsin way about him.
You still hear a senator saying, "Oh yeah, you got to fight the war brutally."
Yeah,
right.
He says
brutally. Sure. Right.
Okay. Well,
so
and avoiding civilian deaths.
Yeah,
I didn't get the memo. I didn't get the memo about that.
That's how the war ends when you win. Well, this guy's a nut. This guy is like a guns for tots guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a real piece of it. And, look, I mean, the speaker list at this event just got worse and worse and worse. Although I don't think, what's his name? The guy with the beady, Charlie Kirk, he didn't show up, did he?
I don't think he did. I did. I was in the media tent all day, so if you didn't see his speech, he certainly was never in the tent.
I stopped watching after a while. I stepped out for a while at like 5 o'clock, and then I caught Jimmy's stand-up set, which was the first and only mention of Gaza, to my knowledge, of the entire event. And
That's what people told me who watched the event. Yes, that's what I was informed. Tim Pool was hanging around backstage. As far as I could tell, he wasn't giving interviews. He was just like hanging out. He was at the VIP party last night too. They had a VIP party on the roof of the hotel. I talked to Douglas McGregor for a while. Today, I tried to interview him, but he would only talk to like Newsmax, and he was out. He wouldn't grant any other interviews. But we got contacts. Hopefully, we're going to be able to have him on.
Yeah, McGregor would be good. Yeah.
Okay, good, very good.
Yeah.
All right, so we're moving right on down the line here. We got two more short clips of Fuller interviews that we'll be publishing in full, and then we have a full-length interview with Matt Taibbi to close things out. But here she is, Adriana Drea Di Matteo, who Russ caught up.
You know what this guy wanted me to ask her? Tell him.
Well, I will tell you after. No, it's totally. I mean, not.
Whoa,
I mean,
it's not a Soprano kind of question because I love it.
Yes,
a Sopranos question.
Yes,
Not necessarily. Not an offensive question. Not a particularly relevant question, but not an offensive question. All right, I will reveal that when we watch this. This is a few minutes long here, and Drea Di Matteo was not a speaker here. She was just attending as audience.
I loved her. I didn't like having her.
All right, so what brings you to this event? What brings you to Rescue the Republic?
You're with me. You're not going to be in this shit? Come on.
All right, Jose, handle the camera. All right, so what brings you to Rescue the Republic?
I'm anti-freedom and I want to come here to protest.
You're anti-freedom?
Exactly, just like all the other liberals, all my liberal friends.
All right.
I'm a liberal, and that must mean that I'm anti-freedom, pro-war, pro-censorship, all of the things. That's why I'm here. I'm protesting this whole anti-war.
Yeah, so you're actually here undercover.
That's right.
You're actually protesting the event.
Yes. Can you imagine that every liberal in America wants war and censorship and unhealthy food and the destruction of mankind and to side with Dick Cheney? Can you fucking believe that's where we are right now?
I do. Aren't there also a lot of non-liberals that are pro-war also, though? Like Dick Cheney, right? I mean, he's considered a right-wing guy. He's very pro-war.
Yes, but what I'm saying is every liberal is aligned now with Dick Cheney. Every celebrity who comes out and endorses Kamala is endorsing the Dick Cheney handbook.
So do you consider yourself are you like you left the left? You consider yourself like Bill Maher, traditional liberal, but as Ronald Reagan said, they left you. Where would you say you're at?
I'm still liberal. I'm a sensible liberal that cares about the facts, not the imagery of it and to fit into a group or blue no matter who. That doesn't work, man. If the right candidate's on the other side of town, that's where I'm going. If he's anti-war, anti-censorship, anti-corporatism and globalism, that's where I'm going. That's the true liberal mindset. Not all this other bullshit that these liberals are going for. They're in the middle of a cultural revolution, and they don't give a fuck.
Okay.
And they don't even know what it is.
Okay.
And that's what's scary to me. You need to learn, man. To learn a little bit.
All right.
Smarten the fuck up.
Love it. All right, now coming out of acting and Hollywood, I come out of a theater background. I don't have to tell you, the thinking is absolutely uniform. It is 100% almost Democrat, MSNBC kind of politics. So isn't it very hard to say the things you're saying and continue to work in that industry?
Listen, I never left my kids to do an acting job. I've always said no to them. I left my kids to come here and talk about this. This matters to me. That shit, you see what's happening in the Hollywood industry. There's nothing exciting happening. There's no good art. They're just churning out the same bullshit over and over again. But people are scumbags. I don't need to be there. And I know the political world is the same, but this isn't about politics right now. This is about humanity. This is the last time that we're going to be able to fight for this country. I really believe that. So all of that bullshit, trivial, earthly stuff happening in Hollywood and who's endorsing who is literally meaningless right now. Our country is on life support. This whole world's on life support. People don't wake up. It's not going to end well, man.
All right, so are you supporting Donald Trump, or are you not endorsing anybody, or?
I haven't endorsed anyone. I was helping Kennedy on that campaign. Know any of these men personally, but I listened to what Kennedy's been saying for many years, way before the pandemic, and I am 100% aligned with those values, those ideals. And if he's going to get in there and help Trump drain that swamp, then I gotta trust it. That's the right move right now. So yeah.
Well now you talk about freedom of speech. Now Trump said he thought people should go to jail for burning the flag. So doesn't that contradict the freedom of speech stance?
Yeah. Listen, I think Trump says a lot of goofy shit. I do. I think he's impulsive. I think that to me, I have a sense of humor. And I find him funny at times. He reminds me of my dad. He's a real New Yorker.
Right. Yeah.
But we're living in an overly sensitive society where everything he says is under scrutiny, and everyone goes fucking crazy about it. I don't think Trump would put someone in jail for burning a flag. If he would, then I hope that Robert Kennedy or someone behind him would say, you know, buddy, you can't have it both ways. Don't act like a liberal now. The liberals do it both ways, man. Pro-choice, but you better get that fucking vaccine. So Trump can't go back and forth. And that would be fucked up.
That's our Adriana.
That's Adriana.
Yeah, that's our Adriana.
Tell what you want me to ask.
So I wanted him to ask. So no, I mean, there's an interesting question I've always thought about in The Sopranos. So in the last scene where she gets killed, where Silvio drives her out to the country, the way they set it up is Christopher tells Tony that she's working with the feds, and they set this up where Tony calls Adriana and says Christopher tried to off himself. And so Sill's going to pick you up. We're going to go visit him in the hospital, whatever. And of course, Sill's driving her out to the woods, and that's the end of her. And so in the car on the way to the woods, you know, her acting in that scene is just phenomenal.
Yeah,
because
she's
looking at Silvio, and she's clearly devastated and or terrified. And I could never really tell. Part of what's great about how she played that is I couldn't really tell if she was that shaken because she bought their story and thought that Christopher tried to off himself because she was an informant, or if she knew that she was about to get whacked.
She's getting whacked.
Now, when Silvio pulls the car over, she seems kind of genuinely surprised in that moment. She looks around and is like, wait, holy shit. But at the same time, there's such fear in her face in the car ride over that I was just curious. What choice did you make as an actor in that moment? What's going through her mind?
Well, you know what? Those what I would say.
It's a good question.
Not
It's a good
about
question.
that.
I know. Yes.
She's very warm. She was very approachable, even because I met her at the VIP event the night before, and she was really nice. Given the things we cover, we'll probably run into her again. So at that point, on like a third meeting, I could ask her that question.
I have one criticism of that scene, because the thing is, like, even when she got pulled in by the FBI, I mean, you would think, because not only was Jackie Senior, Jackie Aprile was not only in the mob, because that was her uncle, and then so was Richie. So she knew guys who were in, or her character knew characters that were in the mob. Like, she should know then what her rights were, and she should have at least been like they should have schooled her up on it. If she's been around those guys her entire life, that's one criticism I have. Like, she should have been somewhat more streetwise, if that is what she grew up with all of her time.
All I can say is it's a good thing for our relationship with Drea Di Matteo that I did this interview and not you guys.
Yeah, that would have.
Hey, don't worry. Well, actually,
no.
Her and I have something in common, though. Her and I, not only are we Italians, but also her character got whacked for ratting out, and so did mine. I got whacked. So there you go. So we both
in the video project.
Yeah. So you can bond on that. No, she's really nice. And I was talking to Kit, and I was like, thank God she's didn't say anything that I'd have to push back hard on, because I don't have the stomach for it. She's Adriano. Like, I don't want to go hard.
Never. I don't want to ruin the Sopranos.
I had no interest in having like some kind of Dave Rubin moment with Adriano, but no, man. I mean, she was totally reasonable, and I get where she's coming from, and it's where a lot of people are coming from right now. It's like they're trying to figure out which way to go. I mean, she's not quite black pilled enough to be like, yeah, well, this guy's not gonna do anything either.
Right.
Also, everyone in the chat,
but she wasn't like Trump is great. She wasn't like Trump is great. Like, she seems to be landing. She wasn't the only one I talked to who was like that. Who was like, in fact, most of the people I talked to who were supporting Trump didn't seem to have a lot of confidence in Trump. It was very much like, it's a Hail Mary pass. What are you going to do?
Yeah, now look, it's one thing. Look, so I totally understand people who say it's a Hail Mary pass. I'm going to take a flyer. I've described Trump as the gun. If you're going to play Russian roulette, Trump is, 5 chambers are loaded.
Right.
Kamala's all 6.
It seems like a lot of them feel that way.
Sure, and I understand that. I can sympathize with that. As a commentator who if I say, okay, do it, the way I feel is if I direct people to support Donald Trump or to vote for Donald Trump, I feel like I own more shares of his administration than the average voter who just takes their vote into a booth.
Right.
And I don't want to own 100 shares of a Donald Trump second term, because then what? Because look what happened, folks. So remember how, when the Cornel West campaign started, remember how there was a lot of scrutiny. Well, you voted for Joe Biden, right? You voted for Joe Biden. You told people to vote for Joe Biden. So what does that say about your judgment, right? Because now you own, to a certain extent, some shares in what Biden does. People are going to ask you, okay, you supported this man. You told other people to go out and support this man. So then when he agitates for World War III by arming Nazis in Ukraine, I can come to you and I say, well, you told us to vote for this guy. What do you have to say about it now? Right? You're on the hook for that to a certain extent, not to a large extent, but to a certain extent. Okay. So we all remember busting people's balls who voted Biden and told others to vote Biden, and we don't regret busting people's balls over that. Well, guess what? If I tell you to go vote for Trump, you can do the same thing to me. I don't want to be on the hook for every fucking shitty thing that Trump does. I don't want people coming to me saying, well, you told people to vote for him. You supported him. No. I don't want to own any shares of Donald Trump. I want to own no shares of Donald Trump. I want to own no shares of Kamala Harris. That's the way I feel, right? And beyond just a cover your ass thing, as Gerald Celente said, which is why I featured that part of the interview, the decline of this country is irreversible at this point. And it would be dishonest for me to say that Trump is any kind of serious play to even slow that decline, never, much less reverse it.
To be honest with you, I feel like a lot of them feel that way.
Yeah.
But they just feel like there's nothing else on offer. That
Right.
Kamala and the people she represents, they're not wrong about this. I don't disagree with this. They so much represent this kind of anti-human WEF globalist suppression of speech censorship complex, kind of an agenda that there's no coming back from that.
Right.
I think what they're not looking at, because, and this is what I mean by getting pulled into something, they're not looking at how terrifying so much of what these people believe is.
Yeah.
Like JD Vance voted against IVF. Like I understand that because the liberals cry wolf so much on these kinds of issues, it's easy to dismiss them. But I don't think there are a lot of people who are down with that. I don't think there are a lot of people who don't think that's, yes, weird. It's weird to be that obsessed with this. And frankly, it's to me, looking at where Republicans have gone post Dobbs, it's very much part of my explanation for why they developed, amongst many other reasons, why they developed this obsession with trans rights. Because once they passed gay marriage, they needed a new thing to gin up outrage around, which means you have to go somewhere more outrage inducing. I think that's pretty much what happened with them. Like, Dobbs got passed. They were the dog that caught the car. This is an issue they've been dining out on since Reagan. They didn't know where to go with it. So they have to go into these insane areas about in vitro fertilization. They have to go there to keep that going. But hey, man, does anybody want that? Like, do you really feel like that's something to just dismiss? Like, do you really feel like that's not something that bothers you?
Well, not only that, even on a more conceptual level, like what they seem to advocate for is feudalism. I mean, that really seems to be their worldview.
Right.
We've perfected it here in Chicago.
You know, people think that that's somehow like less insidious than sort of globalized neoliberalism. It's not so much less insidious as it's simpler, right? Like what makes the World Economic Forum this very threatening thing in the minds of people, not wrongfully, is that it's complicated, right? It's this big thing that wields influence in ways that we don't exactly understand quite how, but their influence is undeniable, right? It's consensus. It's what George Carlin says. You don't need an organized conspiracy when interests converge. They all fly their private jets out to Davos, and they all talk to each other about the way they want things to be, and poof, it happens. Do we know exactly how? No. And there's something scary about that. The world they envision is Elon Musk owns the social media company. He makes the rules, and we all live by the rules. That's it, right? Like, that's it. Like, you just have the exemplars of virtue grow to be extremely wealthy, and they are the Ubermensch. They earned their place atop the social hierarchy, and they enforce the social hierarchy, and that's okay because it's merit-based. Because, hey, if they weren't so great, they wouldn't have ascended to the top.
Exactly.
And then the kids
so, like, it's just as evil. It's just simpler. It's just simpler. So it's less threatening to the minds of in the minds of you know, so many average people. Right.
And
Go ahead.
Sorry, the thing is, like, when we look at feudalism, I mean, even then here in the United States, we've had created dynastic families, not only at the city level, but throughout the entire federal level. And not to mention, was it or was it not like Nancy Pelosi's own daughter taking care of Dianne Feinstein at the time? Or even here in Chicago, where you have, you know, aldermen give up their seats for like their nephews or their sons or people close to them. It's all connected on who gets the next piece of the pie. It's not going to be the people. A merit-based system is not the think the establishment wants. What they want is perfected dynastic feudalism in which everybody is subservient to one family or one group, one household. And the idea of a republic or a constitutional republic in which people can express their views is going to be dismissed, because the last thing they want is a self-aware, self-righteous society in which people could say, yeah, I don't like this idea of maybe starting World War III. Controversial statement there. Who wants to see a nuclear cloud as they're getting their breakfast early in the morning, you know?
Yeah, they only support democracy as a tool of suppressing dissent. That is why whenever democracy spills over into meaningful dissent, meaningful interference, where it's anything more than choosing between two brands of cola, when the demands really become a threat to power, they always turn on the people. They always cultivate anti-populist rhetoric, as they did around Bernie and around Trump.
That's right. All right, so we got two more. We got one more short piece of an interview with Ian Carroll. Then we're going to take super chats and rumble rants. Then we're going to play our interview with Matt Taibbi, and that's the program. All right, Ian Carroll is up next.
What do you think we can do to rescue the republic?
What we can do? We can do a lot of things. The most important ones are getting educated for yourself, thinking for yourself, talking to your friends and family members in a genuine, intentional way that is not based in emotions and partisan thinking and proving someone right or wrong, but just people, and getting healthy for yourself. And there's a lot of others, but this one is important to talk about. It's kind of been queuing into me more and more today, because the dishealth from our food is in our endocrine systems. It's in our, your hormones are like the base place where all these chronic diseases are coming from. And that's what's being disrupted by most of the food poisons. And your hormones determine your emotions. And when your hormones are out of balance, your emotions are out of balance. And when your emotions are out of balance, how can you have a complex and thoughtful discussion that does not devolve into hatred or fear or whatever else, right? So they're hitting us from multiple angles, and it's all divisive. But getting healthy is one of the surest ways to not only create peace within yourself, so that you're not like ego attacking everyone else, but also to create health within yourself so that you can regulate your own emotions and have real discussions with other people.
You know, that's really interesting, because the whole healthy at any size thing, I talk about this all the time. It was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. It was such an incredible anti-science crusade. Now, do you think, as some people do, that these ideas are really pushed by the deep state to make people weak and unhealthy? Or do you think it's simply the food companies trying to sell more crap to people and the clothing companies trying to sell more stuff?
I think it is all of the above and more. And it's obvious when you think it through. There are 8 billion people on this planet, and every single one of them is trying to do something, like start a business, do their job, run a global conspiracy, whatever it is, right? And so there are some groups of people who are interested in profiting off of selling you the food. There are some groups of people that are interested in profiting off of selling you the Ozempic. But there are some groups of people that are interested in you being a docile worker slave that does not challenge the establishment government system. And the best way to do that is to make you unhealthy, unhappy, depressed, medicated, and angry at the other side, who is actually not that different than you. And so you're right. Healthy at every size was the first, obviously anti-science take that they presented us with, and they've given us several others since then. And that's just obviously not true. Healthy is healthy is healthy is healthy, and that involves physical fitness, emotional fitness, mental fitness. And there's really no, we're not changing the definitions on that. We all know what that looks and feels like.
All right. Last question, because this is really interesting what you're saying. You're talking about a kind of post-partisanship, getting away from that. Now, a lot of, in the 60s, when you had this kind of political ferment, when people gave up on politics, they got into health food, they got into yoga. Do you think that movement, which is a growing movement, and your success is an example of that. That's part of the reason you blew up. Do you think that's because people are giving up on politics? Because you seem to be advocating that it's a way to have a healthier politics.
I don't think so. And there's a whole fun conspiracy rabbit hole that we're not going to actually go down, but we'll tease it right quick.
All right.
Is that in the 60s, there was a healthy anti-war protest movement that was very buttoned up and very put together.
Right.
And then there was a bunch of CIA researchers with these nice little drugs in their MKUltra laboratories, and there was this place called Laurel Canyon where all these bands started to pop up engaging in this new hippie culture, which I subscribe to my whole young life. I fucking love it. But you start to put dots together and you realize, like, wait a minute, maybe the hippie movement was not actually the genuine point. Maybe the hippie movement was actually like a subversion campaign, and there's a fair bit of evidence to show that there's an element of that. And I think that these days we're getting wise to those subversion campaigns. We're sharing that information on the internet, and this time I believe we won't do it perfectly, but we're more prepared to take these sort of like freeing ideas of health, communication, freedom, liberty, and actually go in the right direction with them, God willing. If we stay focused, stay vigilant, and stay together.
Good stuff.
All right, yeah. And then
Carol.
Yeah, after that, I said to him, I was like, yeah, so you read Chaos and Weird Tales of Laurel Canyon? He was like, yes, I just read them. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, he strikes me as a guy who would be versed in that. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, that's really what he's referencing. That's really what he's talking about. Both of those books get really into that. Particularly, he started getting into some of the stuff that's in Weird Tales of Laurel Canyon. Yeah, man. Yeah. There is a lot of evidence, and it only makes sense. Like, once I started delving into this, I started saying, of course. Why would you think the intelligence agencies would look at student protesters and infiltrate, would look at the Black Panthers and infiltrate, but then look at the enormous force that the influencers of their time had, the rock bands, and they wouldn't get involved in that? They wouldn't infiltrate this youth culture and direct it to their own ends. Of course they did. Of course they did. And it really, once you put together that history, a lot of where we are, how we got where we are, where you have a so-called left with absolutely no class consciousness, it all fits together. Caleb Maupin writes about this very well in his book about Kamala. That's not really about Kamala. It's really about the forces that made her and that put her where she is. And he talks a lot in it about how the type of leftism that's front and center today, that liberal class kind of leftism, that's an old intellectual elite kind of leftism that's really focused on the expansion of personal freedoms and personal prerogatives. That's why it's so much about libertinism. That's why you would get an op-ed in I believe it was the Washington Post, we covered this, where a woman talked about why her children should be exposed to kink at Pride. And she writes very glowingly. I mean, it was very interesting how she tried to clean it up. She describes a leather daddy, and a leather daddy came along playfully spanking the behind. It's like she tried to make this sound like it was a Mr. Rogers version of kink that her kids were being exposed to. How did we get there? How did we get there? And Maupin, he really, I would recommend that book to anyone who hasn't read it. He really breaks it down in a way that makes it all make sense. Like, how did we get to something so strange? Like, why is everyone you know who considers themselves left, who's actually liberal, obsessed with an ever-expanding menu of sexual lifestyle choices? Like, why? Like, why? Like, it's clearly unnatural. Like, it doesn't seem like something that people would just naturally come up with.
No.
And it's, you absolutely cannot question it. It's really, it's like a secular religion. Like, if you ask, well, why do you assume that an infinite panoply of sexual options is a good by definition. Like, why? Can you
Yeah, I mean,
explain that?
I think
Like,
it's that
why
false
is
hope
that
of
good by
utopianism.
definition?
It's like the false hope of utopianism, sort of like I don't want to bring in Star Trek in this, but you have the idea of like, yes, we're all here, we're all different, and this is how things need to be. When in reality, you got to bring it down. Like you got to go ahead and bring up the idea of, okay, well, how much of this is really acceptable to, and not to mention to be exposing people, because let's face it, there's a lot of crazy stuff out there on the internet, and especially now because we have social media, people are exposed to it, and if you start making it normal, what was once ostracized, or dare I say maybe just too much, is being forced upon people, and it's not good for society, or is it at developing people, young people in general, to be exposed to a lot of things that they shouldn't be seeing.
Yeah, but I also think this event was really unmistakably a MAGA campaign event. There were basically Trump commercials playing between a lot of speakers, and this is why when you look.
Like on the screen?
Oh, yeah.
On the
well, on the
screen
YouTube
there?
screen, it played on the internet. I don't know if they had a monitor there that showed it, but.
Well, they did have a monitor during the speeches. Yeah.
But, when you go back to what Edmund Demarche said in the video I made, he says, look, we're forecasting a Kamala victory because of the Roe v. Wade issue.
Right.
Like, it's that simple. Like, a lot of these issues, some ideas carry more cultural cachet because they're centered amongst people who are in powerful positions. But in terms of volume, right, when it's put to a democratic test, most people are ordinary people. Most people vote on things that they think affect their lives. And there's a lot of ranting and raving on the stage today about mutilated children at the hands of the gender medicine industry. Right. No mention of mutilated children at the hands of the IDF, oddly enough. But that is still a niche issue to most people. Most people are not going to vote on that. They're going to vote on the simple bread and butter issues. That's why Trump won in 2016. It was NAFTA. It was jobs. It was immigration. Yeah, but it was mostly jobs. It was nationalism versus globalism.
DeSantis's campaign blowing up.
His is a test to that.
Showed that. And if there's anywhere where you would succeed with that message, it would be in a Republican primary.
Exactly.
Right. Those are the people who, if anyone is going to vote for you because of that, it would be them. And he didn't really get anywhere.
Exactly.
In that electorate.
Right.
All right, guys, we got to take some Rumble rants and super chats, and then we got our interview with Matt Taibbi, which I have not seen yet, so I'm going in blind. Ooh. So, Eric Cousseau, I'm waiting to worship our new alien overlords. Hope it's Ming the Merciless. Thank you, Eric Cousseau. Appreciate that. I'm pissed off now, Joe Boo. Look, I go to you. I stick up for you. You know, help me now? I say, fuck you, Joe Boo. I do it myself. Great movie. Love Major League. Cleveland Indians, second seed to my New York Yankees. Number one, first seed. Congratulations to the Chicago White Sox, Kit, for setting the single season.
Hey. Lay off me, all right? I'm still right now dealing with that pain, okay?
Yeah, yep, that's right. That's right. Viggy1121. Finally, Kamala Sutra announced her platform position. She says, let me be clear. I'm going to bleep the American people in every way I can. Kamala Sutra, and I approve this message. Very clever, Viggy. Thank you. Are you new here, Viggy? Welcome to the most depraved chat on YouTube and or Rumble. Vinetools Bomb. Here's $5 for the speech that shook the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goo81. Hey, just saw this trailer, the teacher.film, and wondering if you guys would like to see it and do a movie review once available. We'll take a look. The teacher.film. All right. I will look into that. We might review the new Joker movie, although I heard it's not very good. Oh, I forgot.
That's what the nerds are saying.
Yeah. An HLM special, pant check. Kid already did the pant check, but for $5,
come on.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
I'm a pioneer. I'm a U.S. patriot. There you go.
Look at this mensch over here. Regarding Taylor Swift, I went to my coffee shop and seen her tell her wearing Kansas City Chiefs sweater. So to start small talk, be polite, excited for the season, she told me that she does not like football. Yep, well, she's an influencer. That's why they call her an influencer. She sets the trends. Contract Rook. I am expressing my right to free speech before I take it away. I do not support Israel and the genocides, and I do not support Ukraine. In the words of Keaton, fuck this country. See, my gospel is spreading. It's catching on. Catching on. You thought that was extreme. You thought I was going out of the limb. I said, no.
Hey, I just can't wait to see what speech Keaton gives when he gets the opportunity.
Oh yeah, that would have been great. I had some ideas. That would have been fun. Although that wouldn't have been prudent. She then continued that she wears it because she's a Taylor Swift fan and smiled. I said, congratulations, you made me hate football. I'll just wait for my coffee. She felt embarrassed. Hey, maybe I'll review some of my speech ideas on tomorrow's Patreon show. How's that?
That's a good idea.
How's that for a little teaser out there? If you guys to pony up some money to help fund these projects. By the way, our special projects fund, folks, is depleted.
Tapped out.
We are
Tapped
ship
out.
broke.
We made Shama cry.
We made Shama cry, yes, because she wanted us to come to Dearborn, and I don't think we could swing it because we blew that budget on this. But if you want to help replenish the kitty so we could do more of this work, you got to go to givesendgo.com/do dissidents because we are tapped out. In fact, I don't even think Russell can make it back. I think Russell's gonna have to hitchhike back to.
You got to create a new society where you live at.
I'm gonna wind up having to become a congressman.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if you like what we do, givesendgo.com/do dissidents. That is what makes these happen, and your membership. So if you want to sign up, patreon.com/do dissidents, or you can join our Substack or our locals. If you're watching on Rumble, click that join button underneath the screen. That's what makes this all happen. Thank you all so much for your support. Round of applause for Jake in the booth tonight, putting in some overtime. We told you this was going to be an epic show, and we were not lying.
Huge show.
Thank you,
In your
Jake.
face.
Huge show, big show. Everybody's talking about it. Contract Rook 79, and Russ killed it. Thank you very much. Israel does not want war, LOL. Also, U.S. is not occupying Canada. Israel. Oh, yeah, no. I mean, yes, I'll let that play across the scroll screen. But no, obviously, his points were just fucking absurd and fucking, totally illiterate to the point where, Russ was playing the prosecutor trying to build up to that final point. But no, I mean, the guy's a fucking moron on top of everything else. And really has a lot of viciousness and hatred in his heart. I mean, whatever you think about Greta Thunberg, to call her the C word is like she's an autistic girl. She's what do you fucking talk? You got that smoke for Greta Thunberg, but
a little kid lives rent free in his head. So there you go.
Exactly.
He's not a serious person if he's scared of a little kid.
It's a real piece of garbage. That's why that would have been a very short interview if I got it.
I mean, that's where, frankly, sitting around and watching a lot of these people, they're just a different kind of fucking freak. It's just a different flavor of freak from the lib freak. It's the bizarro world of the lib freak. And listen, as we certainly experienced firsthand a couple of weeks ago, you want to talk about snowflakes?
Oh yeah.
These motherfuckers are the fucking meltiest snowflakes you'll ever come across. You say one thing they don't agree with, it's like you shot their dog. They fucking lose their minds in ways where you can really see how deeply insecure and damaged people who are attracted to this way of thinking have to be if you react with that level of just losing your shit because you heard an opinion from a couple of schmucks on YouTube that you don't like.
Oh,
Jesus Christ, get a light. Talk about touch grass. You need to touch a whole football stadium, motherfucker. What's wrong with you, man?
Well, for people who go to bat for their favorite content creator or something like that, it's I think the problem is that in this day and age, especially when I was growing up, we're living in the aftermath of the civil rights movement, of all these giants and titans of people who shook the foundations of our society. And we never seem to have gotten that in our era. I mean, yes, there are people speaking up now, but the internet became that void in which you could connect to somebody and that person gets a cult following. And in turn, you got the ravenous support and, of course, the
cult being the key word.
Yeah. And also a parasocial relationship, too, which is not healthy to do. Touch grass and smoke it at the same time.
Netanyahu killed more people in 1 year than Putin did in almost 3. Yeah, I would have asked how much he got paid by AIPAC to Ron Johnson. Not Jim, but I get the point. Also that the UN is the house of darkness. Thank you, Goo81. The anti-Ukraine war, pro-Israel faction are following the same exact script. Yeah, exactly. Good observation. Johnson and Rubin said the same thing. Ukraine and Israel totally different, followed by an inaccurate history lesson and a comparison to Canada bombing the U.S. Absolutely. 100% agreed. And Aid I Am, $100. Let's get that virtual cowbell out. Thank you. Now Russell can get that bus ticket home. Came through for him. And Aid I Am.
Now I can get some real pizza.
Exactly. First donation to you all. My thank you is long overdue. Vegas Sayer 24. Thank you so much for that generous donation. We appreciate that very much.
I spoke to Diane a lot too. We'll bring her on. We had an interesting talk.
Yeah, she's great. She's cool. Scott Tuff, 14. Thanks for the $1. Our vote may come down to abortion issue because it's the one that hits us closest. Americans are not globalists. That's true, and it's the one issue where you can kind of see cause and effect most directly. That's another thing that might hurt Trump in North Carolina is they took their Republican supermajority. They passed the 12-week ban. Like they're governing that state like it's Mississippi. Like they have an 80-20 margin, you know. Plus they got would-be Governor PP over there, we'll say.
Listen,
on YouTube.
This is what the Republicans don't get, and they should get it because so many of their elected officials have paid for their mistresses' abortions. Whether you are a hipster in New York City or a football star in Alabama, we all have one thing in common. That girl we knocked up in the back of a Dairy Queen. So they all need abortions.
The universal American experience.
Is a universal American experience. That is why that vote went the way it went in Kansas.
That's right.
All right, how'd that go for you? Those people need abortions too, man. It's not just a blue state thing.
Yes. David Santucci, thanks for the $20 on YouTube. Great speech, Russ. Great video, Keaton. Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Thank you. Strive for balance. Thanks for the $5. We must keep fighting till all the slaves are free. Rock on. Thank you. Ron McKinnon, thanks for the $5. A lot of people are saying Keaton Weiss has been right about everything. That's right. A lot of people are saying that. Thank you, Ron. A lot of very smart people are saying that.
Huge.
She is one, a Booyah Hottie, Pace College alum. Thank you. Donald Turner, thanks for the $20. A host life. The people have been turned into hosts, a food source, rent payers for the 1% parasites. Yes, absolutely. Leeches and rent collectors by the reestablishment of the West Virginia coal mine experience circa 1900. Thank you very much for that. All right, folks, we got one more piece tonight. We promised you an epic show, and we're delivering an epic show. Thanks to our co-host, Kit Cabello, for sitting in with us.
Thank you, Kit.
Please subscribe to Kit Cabello's YouTube and Rumble channel, Hardlands Media,
It would
course.
be ever so nice if they would hit that like button and subscribe. But do that also for Due Dissidents and everybody else that you follow on social media. Come on. The right thing.
All right. Well, we're going to full screen this, and Kit, I'm going to once again ask you to exit and re-enter because your mic is going again, but that's okay. Yeah. So we're going to, this is about a 14-minute interview, a full interview with Matt Taibbi. I have not seen this yet. Only Russ knows what we are about to watch. But here we go. We caught up with Matt Taibbi at Rescue the Republic. This is our final piece of the night. And then we do have a Q&A, folks. That's right. We are not done. We are not done. You didn't hear a bell. No. Q&A on Rumble after this final segment of the evening. Here's Matt Taibbi.
All right. Well, now you have the opportunity to change your tack because those Vanguard guys really eat out on that clip of you saying you want them to blow up on the internet. Now you could say you want Russell and Keaton to be the biggest thing on the internet.
Those guys, no comment on those guys.
Yeah.
No, I want you guys to blow. I mean, you already have blown up. I'm sure you're by the way, how are you guys doing? You're probably in the stratosphere now, right?
We're doing all right.
Yeah?
We're doing all right. Yeah, it's been a very interesting journty.
Yes. This is what you thought was going to, well, there's no way you could have anticipated this set of events.
I gotta say, man, this is the most black-pilled election I've ever experienced.
Yeah.
And it puts us in a position where, our brand really and our nature is to be honest with our audience.
Right.
We cannot tell them, go this way, go that way.
Right.
And I think a lot of us who are really coming out of the left, I think that's fair to say of you, are put in a very strange position.
Sure.
Now, I watched most of your speech, and it hits a lot of notes. I follow your work very closely that you tend to hit. It's interesting because a lot of people in your lane, so to speak, although you kind of have your own at this point, do not talk the language of patriotism.
Oh.
And I personally think that's a mistake.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's fucked up on their part. Look, I guess when I was younger, maybe I wasn't quite so patriotic, but that's kind of what my point was. You know, I had to leave America to see it, you know? I mean, we have obviously lots of bad qualities in America, but we have a couple of really good ones, and I think this particular thing is a thing to be proud of, right? And by the way, that's something I never understood about the political left, is why not go there, right? I mean, why not celebrate those things? I just never really understood it.
I think it is, it's not a great message to go to people of a country and tell them that you hate their country.
Right.
That's not good messaging.
Right, because you're saying it's absolutely valid to criticize your country's history, its policies, but you're mistaking the original idea for the behavior of the individual governments, right? And this is sort of I'm going to have trouble articulating this, but I think a lot of sort of modern left ideas are willing to forego the things that are really good and necessary about the American idea in order to try to achieve progress faster, right? And I think a lot of what the Bill of Rights is about is sort of this negative constraint on doing really bad things, and that's a mistake, right? And it's probably partially because I saw, you know, what happened in the Soviet Union. I met people who lived through all that. Might be part of it.
Okay. Now, this event, there are a lot of people speaking that presumably you're not really ideologically aligned with in a lot of respects. Do you feel like it's a danger that a lot of us who kind of walked away from the Democratic Party and the liberal class in disgust, particularly after the Bernie Sanders campaign, a lot of people got, so to speak, red-pilled by what it revealed about media bias, and there had always been this kind of carrot dangling like, no, really, the Democrats and the media handlers they have, they want it to be Nordic-style socialism. It's just the Republicans that keep stopping them.
Right.
And you could never unsee the fact that in the face of the possibility of getting that, they never actually wanted that at all.
No, they stomped it out. Just like John Kerry said, they hammered it out of existence, right?
Right. So that doesn't even exist in that party anymore.
Right.
But do you worry that in that repulsion, I think a lot of us went to, you know what, Alex Jones makes some sense. He makes some good points. You know what, Tucker Carlson makes some good points. Is it judo-like? Have we been pulled completely into another camp that is also rife with contradictions and hypocrisies?
Well, let me start first with, I think people are conditioned, and this is part of how the whole censorship thing works. There's intense pressure to not be associated with the wrong people, right? There's much more than ever before. There's this fear of association in the way the algorithms work at Twitter. Even if you engage with the wrong account, you end up denialisted or lumped with those people. So this is a thing that I think has become part of our culture. It's this fear of being associated with somebody else. And I think you have to unlearn that. I don't worry about being associated with anybody else because what I say is what I say, and I'll be judged on what I say and not by anything else. The fact that I'm at an event that has some people who have different views than me, so what? I think one of the things I was trying to say is don't be afraid of that. You know, stand up for yourself. Your views are your own, right? yes, now we get to the second part, right? The second part is, does the right have all kinds of contradictions and things that make you nervous? Are they ideologically sometimes in a place that scares me, right? For sure, but for me, the equation right now is that they just don't have anywhere near the institutional power that the Democratic Party has now, right? You've seen kind of this merger of the old Democrats and the Dick Cheney Republicans, and they have their hands on really the levers of everything. Probably, maybe because I saw it in the censorship stuff so graphically, there are no Republicans in that world, right? They're completely absent. So if there are things to worry about on the right, I'll worry about those later, but I think this stuff is really the urgent thing for me.
Do you fear, especially, and we've talked about this in interviews, when we were coming up, the joke was the censorious right-wing evangelical preacher. That was the Porky's joke, right? It was the butt of every counterculture comedy, all of that. Do you feel that ultimately, if they get power, they'll just go back to censoring from that direction?
It's possible, and then it'll be our job to give them shit about it, right? I mean, the press's job is to crawl up the ass of whoever has the most power, and if they end up doing that, that'll be a shame, but then we'll have to worry about that then. However, I do think the political right has been a little bit chastened by the experience in the last 8 years. Maybe not a ton, but for the first time, I think they're seeing what that sounds like when they're on the business end of it. And I know from talking to members of Congress, for instance, after the FISA thing with Trump, there were some people who were like, "Oh my God, I can't believe we voted for that law," right? And so maybe they'll have seen the light a little bit and realize that the freedom of speech is an important part of the American experience. That's the only thing we can hope.
Well, now a lot of people who are here will not speak about, I'm sure you saw it, NYU recently made it against their speech policies to say Zionist.
Really? Did they really?
Oh, you didn't see that?
No, I didn't see that.
They recently made it against speech policies to say Zionist as a possible, not in all circumstances, they keep it vague, but if it can be construed as anti-Semitic, which of course essentially makes it impossible for students who don't want to risk expulsion to safely criticize Israel, because what do you call it, Grover? I mean, what do you call it? A Zionist.
What they're after was what I was talking about in the speech. All these different speech codes. Stanford had an absolutely ridiculous one where everything from Seminole to bury the hatchet to circle the wagons, like all these things were banned. And most of that makes you laugh, right? All that anti-woke stuff. But the end goal of all of that is to make people second guess. And they become sort of conscious all the time of using the right words. And just like Orwell predicted, they shrink their vocabularies so that they stay in this zone of non-offense. And then as you shrink your words, you shrink your ideas, and eventually you just don't think at all. So that's, this I think with Zionism, that's a classic sort of national security state, sort of red herring where they're trying to get you to not say something that's just a word that's descriptive. What other language do you want to use? And people should absolutely fight against that. But I hadn't heard that, and that's horrible too.
All right, so final question, Matt, just to really black pill everybody. It seems to me that we're moving in a direction where we could wind up having firewalls around our internet. You could go back to some form of pirate radio where people have servers in friendly countries to get around the codes within countries. Do you think that's where we're going as a nation?
I think we're already there. I mean, most journalists I know already don't use the telephone for working. You know, at minimum they use Signal.
Really?
And if you have the wrong people in your list on your phone, you're almost certainly, you know, being picked up somewhere.
Really?
So I've already noticed that people are conscious of not communicating in certain channels. But more than that, I think you can see it just in the way people act on social media. Just as you said, we choose our words very, very carefully now in a way that you wouldn't.
Sure.
You know, 20, 25 years ago, just talking to your friends, you would never be thinking, oh my God, I can't say this, I can't say that. Now everything is recorded everywhere.
Right.
And you know, one of the things they really want is they want to be able to not have any media that isn't instantly transcribable, so that it can be scanned and, you know, run through an algorithm. And people are definitely conscious of that now, I think. So, yeah, we're gonna end up in this place where people they're going to be meeting like in the Free Speech Square in London, right? They're going to be standing on soapboxes and doing that stuff.
People's Corner.
Yeah, it's crazy.
All right. Just one last follow-up on that. Do you think that Donald Trump, you know, I keep thinking of these comedies, God damn it, Donald Trump's the man we need. Do you think Donald Trump is the person to save us from that fate?
No. I think here's what I'll say. I know what the other group is about. I also don't know who's really the president right now. They scare me. I just don't see that there's an alternative at this point to Trump. I mean, I didn't vote last time. And this time, you know, it's a very difficult decision, but I've had the IRS visit my house. I've been threatened with a jail sentence. I've had the FBI call me a conspiracy theorist and a Russian asset. And I sat and thought about this, and, you know, Tulsi Gabbard is a friend, and she's put it on a terror watch list and followed all these things. And, you know, I just think I can't vote for these people after they do that kind of stuff for me. I have to vote against them. So, you know, I've got little kids who I've got to teach that you can't give in to bullies, and I think they're bullies. So that's kind of where I am. That's not how I feel anything. It doesn't express how I feel about Donald Trump, but it's much more about how I feel about the other side.
That's what Kim Iverson told us the other day. She said, I don't like Trump, but I don't think the Democrats deserve to win after what they've done.
Yeah, I would even put it more strongly than that. I would say I'm scared of what will happen. And I wasn't even 6 months ago. So, but maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am.
All right. Thank you so much, man.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, man.
Yep. Take care.
Let me grab this.
Oh, yes.
I know I'm going to forget this on someone one of these days.
That's all right.
All right. So that's Matt's TV, everybody. Bring Kit
All
back
right.
in here. All
Good
right.
stuff. Great interview. And yeah, I agree with him. Definitely the Democrats don't deserve to win. I'm actually more fearful of a Kamala presidency than a Trump presidency.
That's what I heard from a lot of people there. That's what I'm saying. I did not, and okay, I didn't really work the crowd. I'm sure if I had worked the crowd more, I would have had more affirmative Trump people that I talked to. But I gotta say, man, I mean, I was around for 2 days, and nobody I talked to about Trump was really affirmative about Trump. They were terrified of what a Kamala Harris administration would be.
Yeah, I think it'll be bad. It'll be just like because you know, with Biden getting in, that's when a lot of people in the independent media got hit after 2020. Like so many of us got hit. So many people lost so much income, livelihood, work connections. The damage is irreversible. I think if a Kamala presidency happens, it's going to be a gut check to a lot of us.
All right, let me just say something. You know, Matt is a mensch. I like Matt a lot. Yeah, he's a very smart guy. I think his heart is in the right place. I think there's a difference between hating America in understanding when America is beyond redemption and beyond salvation. I don't hate America. I think it's Tony Soprano season 6. It has crossed the event horizon into that black hole, and it is being sucked down. And the reason why that is important to understand is because that staves off a sense of false hope that when you hang on to past when it is rational to hang on to that false hope, you end up advocating for the empowerment of people who are 99% likely to fuck you in the ass. And the only reason you are advocating that is because you are convinced that while, yes, they are unlikely to get us out of this, that's the only chance we have. So by holding on to that hope, you end up throwing Hail Mary passes that are 99% likely to be intercepted and run back into the end zone. What our friend Shama Sawant would call that is miseducation. It's miseducation of working people to be so desperate for a solution that you turn to people who are overwhelmingly likely to, at the very least, perpetuate the same problem, if not create more problems in their own way, right? Mm-hmm. Now, that would be my answer, respectfully. And I mean that sincerely, respectfully, because, you know, we both like Matt a lot. But that would be my answer. Like this, when you operate from the premise that there must be a way out, that is when you start thinking irrationally. It's the gambler who, that's called throwing, what is it? Good money after bad money. Yeah. Right?
It's the
trying to win a lot
fallacy.
It's the sunk cost fallacy. Well, we have to keep doubling down and doubling down and doubling down in the hopes that we can dig our way out. When, to me, not only the more rational thing to think, but the more productive way of thinking is the Gerald Celente model. This country, as we know it, as a political entity, is over. It is going to crash and burn no matter who wins, and we need to organize to rebuild it into something that empowers us. Not, oh, well, I mean, the Democrats are so scary that, well, look, I mean, Donald Trump, yeah, everything we know about him is that he's, just a narcissist who gets up there and brags, so narcissistic that he would go up on stage and brag openly about taking bribes from not even the Israel lobby, just like the Israel mafia wife, right? Mm-hmm. Like to be so invested in America as a project that you think it makes any kind of rational sense to advocate for the Republican Party as a vehicle of empowerment for ordinary people, it's just delusional. It's just delusional. And I don't think it's productive. I understand the argument, well, it's the only chance we have. There comes a point where the math is just so lopsided against you. The odds are so stacked against you that isn't the more rational and more productive thing to do would be to just say, we are going to organize around what we build after the inevitable demise of this country that has now fallen victim to bad decision after bad decision after bad decision.
That's very curious. Go ahead, Russell.
Well, here's what I would say. You and Matt have something in common. You both have 3 kids. Mathematically, Matt loves his kids 99% more than you love yours.
Not at all.
So he is trying very hard to save the country.
No.
While you wanna see it burn. Just
I don't want to see anything. I'm telling you.
I
don't want to see this republic burn.
You're a sick man. You're a sick man who needs help. I hope your wife's health insurance covers therapy for you.
I know you're working a bit here.
You need it.
I know you're working a bit here, but to me, there's nothing black-pilled about that. There's nothing at all black-pilled about that. To me, understanding the trajectory that we're on, which is a trajectory that we all predicted just a few years ago. So now what? Now we're going to say, well, wait a minute, hold on a second. Do we actually want to live with the consequences of the past 8 years where we had a chance to maybe turn things around and we failed? Or do we want to admit that, no, we failed, and now the plane is crashing into the mountain, and now we're going to have to build back from the remains of that disaster? because that is what is going to happen. Now, if I wanted to come up here and gas people up about, no, wait a minute, hold on, there's a 1% chance that if we elect Donald Trump, things will get better, I could do that. To me, that's miseducating. That's misleading.
We're not. We're Rome. We're Rome at this point, and we are an empire in full decline. As for rebuilding, I mean, as the nation as a whole, I don't even know what that looks like. I mean, it could be city-states or various institutions, maybe. But when you talk about an empire such as ours, like gone, there will be a void. And there's going to be a lot of people put in a really effed up spot in regards to, well, this is what I knew. And generations taught, like, hey, America was always number one. That is going to be a severe gut check. It's like that quote from The Watchmen, where the comedian saying in the alternate universe, like, hey, this if we lost this Vietnam War, I think it would really mess with our country's mind or something like that. And of course, that's a complete alternate different dimension. But in our time right now, what we are dealing with is a potential full-on decline of the American Republic, the empire as a whole, and no one really knows how to deal with that when the heavyweight champion is no longer the heavyweight champion. People will act irrationally and try and make themselves saviors when, well, ask the Western Romans how that turned out for them, and then eventually the Eastern.
Yeah, well, Matt, I mean, this is a theme in some of his articles. He definitely, I think it's partly from his experience living in Russia. He does have a certain patriotism about the unique culture that America has. And I get that. I mean, I have felt that way at times when I've traveled abroad. Not lately, not since America turned into a shithole. Now I usually come back and say, God, every place else I go is better. When I was younger, though, I used to feel that way. Like, nice to be back in America, man. There's this that's good. There's this that's good that you don't find other places. Matt seems to have that perspective. Look, I don't disagree with it entirely. I do think there are really interesting and unique and positive things about the American culture and its traditions. I think, as you do, I mean, you heard my speech. You know, it's the country is so corrupted and decayed at this point that those things, you know, Matt is trying to fight the good fight of the movie. You know, it's the movie. It's in the final reel. The American people are gonna come back together, and we're gonna
happen.
We're gonna fix all this. Well, you know, this dovetails nicely with the conversation I was having with Ian Carroll off camera on the first day. When I went to the American Culture Museum, the way it's divided, like around the room, you have artifacts, and it's broken down into like 30-year spans, like 1910 to 1940 and so on. And you go through, and you've got these artifacts of everything from Bessie Smith to Eugene McCarthy to Joe Louis to Jim Thorpe, and you're moving all through. You get to All in the Family, which I took a picture of Archie's chair. It was very exciting for me. Rocky, and what really strikes you is the Muppets, right? Star Wars, Prince. Icon. You get to the 90s to the present, and you say, no one's even going to remember any of this shit in 50 years, probably not in 20 years. You can see how the country just jumped the shark in between by the fact that nothing was produced in that time that is going to stand the test of time, that anyone's going to care about. There is no Joe Louis in that period at the end there. There is no Bessie Smith. There is no Jim Thorpe. There's nobody. They got Ellen DeGeneres' suit in there. I am pretty confident most people won't know who she is in 20 years. And it's not just a matter of everything looks better in hindsight. No. You got Rocky, and you got the suit that she wore in Star Trek Discovery. I'm sorry, man. Like, nobody's going to care about any of this. So when you look at that, you can really see, there's a lot of discussion in our space about putting too much emphasis on culture. But culture tells you a lot about the health of the society.
Culture tells you a lot about how much money has swallowed culture, too.
Sure.
And also why
Sure.
Hollywood, why Hollywood's going broke, too.
Drea started talking about that in that interview. How it all sucks. Everything that's
Yeah.
being made
Yeah.
sucks.
It's all made on an assembly line. It's just manufactured. Art is just a product now. That's why Taylor Swift is huge. Taylor Swift is huge because you used to be able to make music, and that music would get retail distribution. There'd be record stores. People would go. They would browse. They would ask the shopkeeper, "Hey, what's good?" They would point you to a Bob Dylan or a Jimi Hendrix or a Janis Joplin. Or you would see these bands kind of come out of nowhere and get these big followings. What happened? Consolidation. Now everybody gets their music through Amazon or Apple. And there's no human being to recommend something to you. It's an algorithm that recommends something to you. And what do they recommend to you? The most mass marketable generic shit they can. That's why Taylor Swift, I call her the end stage capitalist superstar, because she is. It's a reflection of the degree to which we have allowed capital to swallow the state. That is where we are at. There is no reversing that. There is no reversing that. To act like we can reverse that is just a giant jerk off. Now, that doesn't make me black-pilled. That just means I'm not going to waste my time. I'm not going to miseducate working class people that one of these two options is viable. They are not viable. That's it. That's fucking it. That's it. There's no need to, you could talk about, there's a 1% chance of this. Okay, you want to talk about a 1% chance? That's different from, I cannot advocate for it, something based on that. What I can advocate for is organizing workers, union drives, anti-war protests, which nobody had a fucking word to say about except for Jimmy Dore on that stage. That's what I could talk about. That's what I can advocate for. That's what I could tell you, okay, now I am giving you good information about how to dig out of this. Saying, take a flyer on Donald Trump because there's a 1% chance he's not going to be as bad as Kamala Harris. I mean, all right, fine. I mean, the math, yeah, sure. I've said it a million times. My metaphor from day one, from long before anybody was talking about this, was Kamala is you're playing Russian roulette with every chamber loaded. With Trump, you're playing Russian roulette with 5 chambers loaded. Does that mean I advise you to pick up the Trump gun and put it to your No, I can't, because that's miseducation. My job is to tell you the truth as I see it, not to sell you on one extreme long shot that might work out. And so go out there and advocate on behalf of that long shot chance. That's me. Some people feel differently. That's fine. Everybody's different. As a voter, I understand that. As someone who talks into a microphone to thousands of people, I cannot go there. I'm sorry.
Well, I can especially look, Kim Iverson had a very interesting take that the censorship, and actually, I wish I had thought of asking him that, because I would have been very curious to see what Matt would have said about that, because Kim Iverson felt the censorship would get worse under Trump, because in the end, it got worse under him last time.
Well, yeah, because the tech agencies go rogue.
It's the tech companies that make those decisions.
Yeah.
So she didn't even accept that formulation.
Right.
And as I say, I mean, there are a lot of things going on there with Trump that a lot of people seem to not want to pay attention to, with the IVF and all that. I mean, that's a legitimate and serious consideration. It's not a frivolous lib consideration. It's tempting to dismiss it that way because we hate the libs so much, and they use that. They always have used it as a deflection from their inadequacies, and they could have fixed the problem many times over the years, and they never did. As we know, there's a lot of hypocrisy around them playing the wounded party here when they use this for fundraising and political advantage, until finally women actually lost their right to an abortion. Yeah, no, I mean, it's something that a lot of the people who advocate for Trump don't seem to want to talk about, because how can you justify supporting that, right? On the civil liberties thing, I mean, I get it. I mean, in Taibbi's case in particular, yeah, man, I mean, if they sent the freaking FBI to his house.
Oh, yeah, I got no judgment for
threatened him with jail.
I got no judgment for Taibbi.
And then who's the one who investigated it? Jim Jordan.
Wait a second. If they sent the IRS to my house and threatened to put me in jail and take me away from my kids, I'd fucking vote for Trump too. That's my subjectivity. Everybody's entitled to that. I'm not judging the guy. I'm just saying, from sitting where I am, I cannot go there. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
Listen, man. Trump's got very masterful moves. he's,
He's got the greatest moves ever. He's the master move maker.
Everybody's saying, no. Listen, man. I will do you one better, and this is something that I didn't want to be a dick because you have all these people waiting to interview him. I didn't want to stand there with him for half an hour. But there's a lot of stuff that I'd be very, we'll try to have him on for a more extended interview. Look, I'm really digging into this techno-feudalism stuff, and as promised, like that Daryl Cooper thing, nothing has made me really curious to dig into where something's coming from that way since I first started to see the woke thing. Before people were even really talking about it, when I started seeing all this very weird stuff about identity, I was like, what the fuck is this? I got very curious and I started really digging into it. So, as I said, yes, this definitely got my attention that way. The way Scientology got my attention when I first saw what Scientologists were, I was like, what the fuck is this? It got my attention that way. So I've been digging and digging into this. And yeah, I mean, I'm talking about, particularly because we had a fast interview, I'm talking about Alex Jones and Tucker and this kind of thing. It runs a lot deeper than that. Like you say, feudalism, that's not a joke. Like there is this very frightening kind of new right that does envision this.
The fuck was that?
Whoa!
Your birthday?
Okay, the iPad does that with certain gestures.
Interesting.
I don't know how to do it. If you if you do
the heart
thing,
yeah, I did that on your iPad.
You get the heart thing, right? I have no idea what I did that released balloons. Yeah, exactly. Look, man, yeah, it is this techno-feudalism. That is what they want. And I do feel a lot of people who are, have kind of gone on a journey where they were, so infuriated by the Bernie campaign. I've been on that journey. I get it. So infuriated by that. You hate the liberals so much. And the more you looked at it, the more you realize how betrayed you were and how foolish you were to ever trust in any of this. And then you see Tucker Carlson saying some good things, and you see Alex Jones saying some good things, and you see Elon Musk saying some good things, and you start to think, well, it's hard for people to not have a tribe. It's hard for people to just stand on their own.
I understand that.
And there's a tendency to be like, well, I don't have to agree with them on everything. And I think there is an underlying agenda that a lot of people getting involved in this don't really understand what this is.
Right.
They've decided the devil they know is so bad that they would rather go with the devil they don't know, but they don't know what they don't know in a bit of a Donald Rumsfeldism. They don't realize
no knowns and no unknowns and unknown unknowns.
Well, yeah, the Democrats, for the Democrats, I'll break this down very simply. The Democrats, Klaus Schwab and his Davos clique eat and we all starve. The Republicans is Elon Musk eats and we all starve. That's it. That's it. It's just simpler. It's just simpler. But it's all a population in crisis. And what is fascism, as our friend Tusker put it brilliantly, and Caleb Maupin? It's how capitalism responds to a crisis. They respond to it by suppressing. And what is the result of that? The result of that is the funneling of the remaining resources to the hands of the few. And everybody else gets to share what little is left.
Right.
And the results are widespread misery and poverty. And the way out of that is to band workers together and shut the thing down so that no one eats unless we eat.
Right.
That's it. That's it. Don't try and sell me on some cockamamie bullshit fucking plan where, Donald Trump is only telling us 10% of what he actually thinks. And trust me, when he gets in there, Robert Kennedy's going to ban American cheese and we're going to get healthy and we're going to become self-reliant. And
no, that's not going to happen.
Stop. Just take a fucking breath, okay? Take a fucking breath and open your eyes and just be willing to accept what you see. That's all. That's all. Very simple. On that note, can we take some Rumble rants and get to the Q&A? We don't want to keep our patrons.
Yes.
All
Yes,
right.
let's do it. Let's do it.
I'll have to bow it after the Q&A, but I'll stay for the last Rumble rants.
All right, beautiful.
All right,
Thank
brother.
you for being here, Kit Cabello.
No
Appreciate
problem,
that.
No problem. I'm more than happy.
Taibbi didn't mention Palestine. Jesus. Yep, Jimmy was the only one. I am the owl. At least Taibbi answers when you ask him. That's more than Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin gave you two.
Taibbi always gives you a
Yeah, he doesn't duck you.
forthcoming, honest answer when you ask him these questions.
Would you classify Russell's Pizza's opinions on, it says neoliberal, Kit, from his perch in Pizza Rich NYC? He scoffs in contempt at Middle America's Pizza.
How dare you!
Appreciated the review of Lou Malnati's. Hey, you should have seen Kit and I talk about Pittsburgh pizza at the beginning of the show.
Yeah,
you got to
yeah.
rewind.
I heard that. I was in the Uber.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Good.
I'm just gonna put this on the screen since it's more visual. But yeah, this is funny from China Shill. I'm just gonna let everybody else read that themselves because I like the logo. Perfect. I like that China Shill.
Thank you.
What I say, man, I told Russell, I say when the Nazis come for you, the tankies have your back. So say what you want about them. Siddhartha Vicious, thank you for the $1 deep dish pizza, New York style. Crust is for all. Thank you very much.
Go. I'm fine with that.
Ravid Laz in the wise words of Julian Assange after being asked who he preferred in U.S. 2016 election. That's like asking me if I prefer syphilis or gonorrhea. Voting D or R is like choosing an STI. Thank you. Virtuoso, you guys are doing play-by-play and color commentary about the collapse of the U.S. empire. Hey, Virtuoso,
Very
thanks.
much,
And
man.
speaking of play-by-play, how about those New York Yankees, #1 seed? Boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Okay. Hey.
We overcame a lot of adversity this year.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Right. Some of us right now are hurting. Don't ask me if I'm okay.
That's true. Yeah, you're talking to the 121. Is it 121 or 122? Did they lose today?
I don't want to know.
Okay.
I
All
made
right.
things I don't want to know.
All right, I'll follow up with you on that. All right. Sam 73. U.S. election is like plague or cholera. In Denmark, plague and cholera made an alliance. Thank you. Tony B. $20 for the Sudafed fund. Thank you, Tony B. Trying to get over this. Namaste. Maybe I need to make America healthy again so I can get over this cold.
Yeah, you've been sick a long time, man.
Yeah, no, it's brutal because the kids, they get new shit at school.
Yeah,
It's a petri dish over there.
Yeah.
It's very, very unsafe. Namaste. Thank you for the $5. When women are revered and safeguarded, prosperity reigns and the gods rejoice. Helena Rorich. Am I saying that name right? Letters. Love y'all are great. Thanks so much. Thank you, Namaste. Charles Gracia. Thanks for the $10. If you only knew how disappointed I felt after learning of the origins of Good Point Charles, what you must have done to all of us Charleses. That's right. That's from a Charles. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate that, Charles. All right. Our friend Jake is going to take us over to the Q&A. But first, I want a round of applause for our friend Kit Cabello. Thank you very much for being here, my friend. Appreciate you so much. Always great to see you.
Thank you, man. And just for the record, I saw somebody in the comments say we seem to take offense at getting healthy. Me and Keaton both work out.
Yeah.
I have lost 26 pounds since I was in LA doing Jimmy's show. I'm swimming.
No, you look fine.
Yeah.
Doing my daily 3-mile run all the time, every time. You
Yeah,
guys.
it's not that. I started getting into it a little bit with Ian Carroll. Like, it's interesting because that did happen last time people gave up on politics. They got really into their personal growth. Now, I do understand it as a backlash against a society that seems to be trying to make you sick and unhealthy to counter that. I get that.
Got to be fit.
But that's not a politics in and of itself. That's the point. And it seems like they try to channel you into these expressions, which again are not any real threat to the system.
No, politics is a collective enterprise. It's about organizing people.
And not
It's
to
not
mention,
about
how
self-improvement.
How can you be a leader if you're not physically fit to go ahead and go toe to toe against the establishment too? You got to be fit and ready to go.
Well, that's what they argue. But when's the assault on the establishment part? And what is its aim? And what is your theory of what you create? And then, the libertarians are picking up a lot of these people. And of course, I mean, it's an unintelligible philosophy.
Yeah. Kit Cabello, Heartlands Media. Follow him on YouTube and Rumble and on Twitter. Thank you,
Live
man.
tomorrow, 9 a.m. We're also going to be talking about the decline of Hollywood. I got a great story about Hollywood. So it's going bankrupt, and I love it.
That's right. Tomorrow's Monday, and Kit's got a show early.
Yeah,
wow,
exactly.
so you're pulling the double.
Man.
Yeah, so don't worry. There's actually some other stuff I
Clopin.
got to do too. So I'll see
Thank
you guys
man.
later.
Appreciate
Bye-bye.
you always. Thank you so
See you,
much.
man.
Oops, sorry, Gilgamesh. Didn't mean to admit you meant to close the door behind Kit, but he let himself out. All right.
You loaded in the original flavor intermission, right?
Yeah, Jake is going to take care of that. So whatever that is, it is. Hump 678. Thanks for the $5. Hey guys, can you shout out the flooding in East Tennessee and North Carolina from Helene? Asheville, North Carolina is cut out from the world, and many around me have lost it all. Erwin, Tennessee lost a hospital. Let's help the Red Cross. Yes, we should get a donate link up for the Red Cross. We did start the show with a segment on the hurricane a mere 4 hours and 21 minutes ago. So you may have joined in progress, but if you go back to the beginning, we did do a piece on that. But yes, we should get a donate link up for Tuesday. And once again, folks, Patreon show tomorrow at 8 p.m. SB for $2 says, how positively was Door's speech on Gaza received? His Gaza material went over pretty well in the audience.
It went over well, which just shows you the Dave Rubins don't really represent their own audience.
Yeah, it's the elite in that group. Ordinary people don't give a shit about Israel. Why would they?
No.
Right?
They're I mean, from what I saw, they're mostly hostile to it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. All righty, guys. Well, we thank you very much for being here tonight. We promised you an epic show. I think we delivered 4 hours and 22 minutes. Are we done? No. We got a Q&A coming up exclusively on Rumble. Go to dudissidence.com/Rumble. That takes you directly to this live stream. Big round of applause for Jake in the booth. Jake, thank you very much. Appreciate you, my friend, as always. And we will see you guys Tuesday at, I guess the debate's at 9, so we'll be on at 8:45 p.m. No day show on Tuesday because we're doing the debate commentary live stream. So we will see patrons and paid Substackers and paid Locals members tomorrow at 8 p.m. for a supporter stream. Everyone else will see you just before the debate, I think a few minutes before 9 p.m. on Tuesday. We'll see you for the Q&A if you want to come hang out with us after this 5-minute intermission. Until then, thank you very much for tonight. Thank you to our co-host, Kit Cabello. Thank you to Jake in the booth. Thank you to our Rumblers and our YouTubers. We'll see you for the Q&A in a few minutes if you want to hang out. If not, have a great evening. Until we see you again, whenever that may be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.